This is the Troll Patrol, live with Justin Freakin.
Welcome to the Troll Patrol, live. It's a freaking Saturday, where we get to watch the Libertarian presidential candidates debate. I don't even know who they are. Once again, I tried to look this up yesterday. No idea. I know some dude named Lars Mopshead is the dude Larry told us to vote for yesterday when Larry was robbed during the vice presidential libertarian debate. We also get Trump. Trump will be speaking at 8 o'clock, I believe it is. Hold on. Do I still have the schedule up? I do not. At some point in the night, we get Trump. Schedule Saturday. There's Ron Paul tomorrow. Trump is at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock. Former President Donald J. Trump. Now, the crowd was really hostile to Trump yesterday. Several mentions of Trump were booed by maybe half of the people in attendance. Warlord, good evening. Clinically. Tones, my friend. Good to see you. Happy Memorial Day to everyone here on this side of the pond. Libertad, my friend. So happy to see you guys. Once again, I'm upset about Memorial Day because it upstages my birthday. This year it falls on my birthday. So you get a Memorial Day Troll Patrol birthday stream. I've got a patriotic entrance or opening entrance like I'm doing a WWE entrance. I have been watching WWE this afternoon. That new entrance music for a patriotic entrance music for Memorial Day, 4th of July, that sort of thing. We'll bust that one out. And then Sunday we get to bust out the Pride opening. I didn't get to use the Pride opening that much last year because we got banned on Twitch, so I was really bummed and didn't stream as much. You're not missing anything yet. There's no libertarian presidential debate going on at the moment. Shortly, my friends. Here is your meme of the day. Some relationship advice for you. Birthdays between Christmas and New Year's. Fair enough. But that seems like a good time to have a birthday. It's just party for a week. You got a reason to celebrate all week long. Simply having a wonderful Christmas and birthday time. How to have a happy relationship. Don't be in one. Oh, fair. Okay, I didn't think about that. But I mean, I don't really invite people to party with me. Your user said she was coming over on Monday. She was here this morning to pick up her allotment of our stash that I bought. She said she would be here on Monday. I don't know what that means. I don't know if she has plans for Monday. And she knows it's my birthday. She knows I wanted to have sushi and cheesecake. I had the normal Memorial Day fare today. I made hot dog chili. And boy, was it fucking excellent. Mwah. Chili dogs. I even made chili fries. Sliced up some potatoes. Made my own homemade French fries. Put my homemade chili on top of those fries. Hit it with some... I almost made cheese sauce, but I went with shredded cheddar. It was so good I took a fucking nap. I just woke up. Welcome. Good evening. We are waiting for the Libertarian convention to get started here. We're going to be treated to the Libertarian presidential candidate debate minutes from now. It is scheduled for 6 o'clock. The Libertarian YouTube feed is working today. It was not working yesterday. This is the... Oh, there. We were just a little bit behind. My bad. I guess while we wait on this, we could get a little preview from our new friend. I've kind of come to have a crush on her, I do believe. Amanda McArdle. It's not it. I fucked it up. Amanda Hug and Kiss. Libertarian chairperson. He was on News Nation the other day. If I can find the clip. I don't think they did her right with the thumbnail. She seemed like a lovely lady. I think News Nation over here making her look bad on the thumbnail. So yeah, this is the chair of the Libertarian Party.
Could have a crucial role. Think about this. In an election where the margins will matter, the Libertarian Party is holding its convention this week where they will choose their presidential nominee, their vice presidential nominee, and the head of that could have a crucial role. Think about this. In an election where the margins will matter, the Libertarian Party is holding its convention this week where they will choose their president.
Fair enough, clinically.
Their vice presidential nominee, and the head of that party is Angela McArdle, who joins us live.
Angela McArdle.
Once again.
Not Amanda McArdle.
With us, appreciate the time. Nice to see you. What do you hope to accomplish this weekend?
Well, we are going to nominate our presidential candidate for the 2024 elections. We also hold our internal party elections, and we have got quite the media show happening at our national convention. People are referring to it informally as Libertarian Woodstock on social media.
So you are
That sounds horrible.
We're watching him right now in the Bronx. He'll be there tomorrow, on Saturday. RFK Jr.
Today
will also be there. RFK Jr., independent. Donald Trump, as we know, a Republican. Why are you allowing, in theory, the opponents into your living room?
Well, for 50 plus years, the Libertarian Party has been trying to get onto the main debate stage with the two-party candidates for president, and it hasn't happened yet. So we have decided.
They got some cheers, but they got some booze last night.
Now, we're not having a traditional.
Angela McArdle.
Quite rope those candidates into it, but we're getting as close as we can, which is that we're going to be debating on the same stage with them within a very close proximity of the time that they're speaking.
There had been
good evening.
And I think we spoke about this the last time you were here on the show. There had been some thought that maybe RFK Jr. could be on the Libertarian ticket. Is that no chance at all?
That's what he's got.
Forward this weekend?
There are still talks about it happening, so I really don't know. It seems to be like there's not, unanimous in the delegates or in his campaign, but I think we'll find out like at the last minute.
This is the last minute.
Talks within the Libertarian Party, or are you actually talking to his campaign? I mean, he's talking now about running it as an independent. So I'm wondering if there's talks with the campaign.
Well, he is.
Sure.
He is running as an independent, and he has reached out to members of our delegation, members of our party, to inquire as to whether or not he should jump into the race. But I don't actually know if that's him personally who's reaching out, or if it's just people on his campaign, or if it's volunteers. It's not totally clear to me. So I'm just kind of trying to feel it out and see what's going to happen. He could be a wild card candidate who jumps in at the last minute.
Is this recently?
Sure. I mean,
What?
they're here. His campaign is here. They're walking around. They're meeting people. They're shaking hands.
Okay.
He spoke yesterday.
About the candidates, we can show the names
Mox, good evening.
of some of the folks who are
Please.
under consideration. And, you know, these are obviously political activists, but no real quote unquote, for lack of a better term, Angela, big names. So if you don't score, you know, an RFK Jr., and it's maybe
Mike
someone
Tremont,
who's an unknown.
Joshua Smith, Michael Rechtenwald,
Well, that's why we're having this big media circus at our convention this weekend.
Lars
We have been
Mopshead.
getting overlooked in a lot of the polls because a lot of our candidates, they're very good libertarians, they're very solid, but they don't have the name recognition and star power that we thought we might have in 2024. So we're doing everything we can to get them a leg up, try to get them on the same stage as Donald Trump and RFK Jr., although it's
It is not a flattering hairstyle.
pulling out all the
Good evening, Snicks.
happen.
All right, we'll leave it there. Angela McArdle, have fun this weekend.
We are gonna have fun this weekend. We are still awaiting the Libertarians to take the stage. This is live at the Libertarian Convention where we are awaiting the Libertarian presidential debate, followed by Donald J. Trump speaking at 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern. Angela, come out. Get this shindig going. The presidential debate was scheduled for 6 o'clock. That was the opening day of the convention. That was from Friday afternoon. So she, or was it? It was Thursday. The Bronx rally was on Thursday night, wasn't it? Not the official opening, but the day before the opening of the Libertarian Convention, where we are awaiting the presidential candidates. I guess as we wait, there's only really one thing I can do, right? Let's get a little high. Got off here last night and started watching the South Park special, where where Cartman starts taking Ozempic. Fell asleep, made dinner, fell asleep. Before I found out what happened after Cartman got skinny. I had to go back and watch that again tonight. I was real tired after us doing the libertarian coverage yesterday. My bong does not overfloweth. Need to put more in it. Somebody... Mary Jane dropped this in the Discord. I'm like cracking up over the discourse around me and Destiny. First of all, I'm not a commie. A couple people on the panel were. I'm not. No, they're all commies, which makes it funnier. And the one asking the question was literally getting high throughout the conversation. Yes, I was. Accomplished map 836. You hit the nail on the head. Maybe he just wanted to talk about drugs with Destiny. I was in Riverboat Jack's chat. Like I was like stopping by to say hi to people, and she was watching the panel. And I was like, "Oh, you're watching me, ha ha ha!" And somebody was like, "Would I like your channel?" I was like, "Well, the chat thinks I'm a shit lib, so do with that information what you will." I'm honest, guys. I'm honest. I wouldn't say I'm a shit lib. I would say I'm more of an institutionalist than many of you. Slightly less cynical than a clinically over here. Maybe he just wanted to talk to Destiny about drugs. That's it. It was a lot of just like, hey man, I've seen tweakers before. Once again, we're waiting for the Libertarian presidential debate taking place momentarily. A dookie lib. Where's Libertad? Be into that joke. I had a meme and it made me giggle, but like I'm just fecal funnies are not my thing, right? I don't really find shit jokes amusing. But like I saw the meme, I was like, Libertad would really like this. I should probably save it. I'm mildly amused by it. And it was like a mural of Wendy, you know, the fast food mascot. And she's like shitting chocolate frosty into a cup. It said her milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. See, I told you about it. I should have saved it and used it. What the hell's wrong with me? It got a giggle out of me, but I'm like also like, ew, it's disgusting. Speaking of shit, we are waiting for the presidential debate, the Libertarian National Convention 2024. And they are making us wait. This was supposed to get started at 6 o'clock. Perhaps we can get it going by 6:30 now. I guess I'll get a little more high. What everybody think of the Apple Music list? Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, #1. Really? Really? Thriller is not even my favorite Michael Jackson album, but you can't argue. You can't, that's like the perfect album. Every single song is a banger. How could Michael Jackson's Thriller not be #1? They just did that to make people argue. Frank Ocean was like #4. I was like, I've listened to that album. Do I need to go back and listen to it again? I didn't get anything from it. I don't know. The whole list was fucky to me. What would, like, the Beatles was Abbey Road? That's not even my favorite Beatles album. That's not the one I would put up there. You're missing out, Libertad. Dangerous is his best, most creative, most explosive album. The only pitfall to it is it has like a couple of songs that are just like, bah, why's this on here? Like the song about the fucking AIDS kid that died. Dip, good evening. Trash Wang. I will throw Trash Wang on my Spotify. If you say so. It's Tyler the Creator? I like Tyler. Primus has some country-ish songs, thank you very much. I'd call them alternative. They dabble in the country, though. They have a duo de twang album, or I guess Les Claypool does. It's countrified versions of Primus songs. Just saying. Once again, if you're just joining us, we're waiting for the Libertarian presidential debate to get started. This dude's out here, he's handing out pamphlets, so perhaps we are getting close. I don't know why the people that would be debating on stage would need pamphlets, but I like the look we've got going on with the curtains here. Kind of reminds me of a old school Johnny Carson Tonight Show kind of look. Also, I was wondering why it said ha 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 behind RFK yesterday. It was apparently the woman, it was like a billionaire that he picked to be his running mate is like Shanahan or some shit like that. And so it was a sign that said, I saw the picture zoomed out, Kennedy Shanahan. Yeah, I want to say the Welcome to the Machine, that was just recently on an EP they just put out within the last couple of years, wasn't it? Very good, very good. Also, every time I see them, I just saw them a couple of weeks ago, third time seeing them, blow me away every fucking time. Like, holy shit, you guys are just like some of the most amazing musicians on the planet. If you have not seen Primus, chat, they are very much worth it. Like, go see them. They're usually like $40-50. They're one of the cheaper big acts you can see. You usually see them in like a theater or a little small club. A lot of festivals. Highly recommend Primus. Highly recommend Chevelle. They are on tour right now. For your money, I saw them. They were like $29, $32 or something for the ticket. It was like Chevelle and 10 Days and 10 Years. Whatever. Both excellent bands. Well worth the money. Living Colour touring right now. My friends went to Sonic Temple. And I was looking at the bands that they went to, and they did not see Living Colour. They saw whatever the other band was that was playing at that time. I'm like, what? You missed out. Living Colour is one of the best live shows I've ever seen. And I saw them in a little small club for $30, $40. The Libertarian presidential debate, whatever the fuck, it was supposed to start at 6 o'clock. We're waiting for him to take the stage now at 6:30. Hopefully we'll get this show on the road. They were trying to be very studious last night, remember? You got Dave Smith, I believe was the comedian's name, who was the moderator for the debate. I hope we get him as the moderator again tonight. The News Nation piece gave us a list of like 6-7 names. I'd never heard of any of those fuckers. There were only two in the vice presidential debate. Larry Sharpe and Clint Russell. I still can't believe that Clint Russell beat Larry Sharpe, who was by far the superior politician. did seem to be a little racism going on. I would fuck that podium pussy. Looks like maybe people are shuffling into their seats now. They have to get it underway at some point in time because Trump will be speaking at 8, which if he's scheduled for 8, we could assume he's speaking at 9. Once again, Donald Trump speaking at the Libertarian National Convention. It's kind of wild. It's going to be interesting to see. I would assume the libertarians will be ushered out from the crowd, and it will be a pro-Trump crowd coming into the Libertarian Convention. However, we're seeing the presidential debate and the vote for Libertarian presidential candidate happening right up against the Trump speech. So, not really going to have a lot of time to shuffle people in and out. I saw Devin Townsend and Clutch together, and I assume they're like they probably respect each other because they're kind of two different audiences. And that's what happened at the club. Was like the people that were there for Devin Townsend left, and a whole new crowd came forward, or didn't leave. Maybe went to the bar, got something to drink, and they were like hanging back. They were there for Debbie. I was there for Debbie. But I fucking love music, so of course I'm staying for Clutch. I'm like right up front because I was part of the Debbie crowd. I was only a few rows back for Debbie. I got to be right up front for Clutch. I thought that was pretty cool. I was trying to pull that exact same thing at Bonnaroo in 2020. I wanted to go to Bonnaroo at 2020, and it was Miley Cyrus and Tool. They were the two headliners on, I think, Saturday night. I love both Miley Cyrus and Tool. So I wanted to be, somewhat close for Miley. And then when the Miley crowd would leave, I would just figure I would get pushed straight to the front for Tool. You gotta think these things out when you go to concerts. Yeah, but I don't really watch anybody else that, does political commentary. Like, it's just like I don't want anybody else's opinions and shit to seep into mine. I kind of unplug when I'm not doing this shit. Like, I'm watching cooking videos and adult cartoons and listening to music. That's why some people on Twitter, like some dude that saw me on the Destiny panel, like I had found my tweets about no, Dib, I was gonna watch it with Curiouser when that first came out, and she watched like the first episode. She's like, "You wouldn't like it." No. Libertad, that's kind of weird. I don't wanna. Am I crossing the line to say that it's kind of weird that Hannah Montana is a thing? But apparently it's pretty good. People tell me it's good. Because, like, I went to college with a bunch of, like, the younger millennials. And they grew up with that shit. And maybe that's it. Maybe you're slightly younger than me. And you watched some Hannah Montana. Or watched it with a daughter or a sister or cousin. Who am I to jump to conclusions like that? I've had people tell me it's a good TV show. And I love Miley Cyrus, so... Sorry to fucking call you out like that. It is the Libertarian Convention, though. I love you, brother. Love you. I'm so sorry. I'm a horrible person. I don't think we get Bill Weld. Bill Weld was not on the list that we had. It was a bunch of relative unknowns. The Libertarian Party is definitely at a inflection point. Bit of an image crisis. I think I heard one of them say that it might have been like the smallest crowd they've had in 20 years or something like that. What did you guys think? There was like 300 people maybe there. They mentioned Malay several times. There were definitely two distinct sides, I believe, but I would say there were multiple different coalitions. Like many of the things that the vice presidential candidate said yesterday, like we all agree with. It's just they come to the wrong conclusions. They will properly diagnose the problem and even talk about it like in terms of corporate greed and shit, and then be like, well, we need to stop government regulation and cut taxes. Like, what? That's how you rein in the corporate greed, you dipshit. Maybe 500. 500 if we're being generous. That's fair enough. I think, did we all guess 3,000 for the Brooklyn speech? I think. I don't remember what we threw out, like a 2,000 or 3,000, I think, and it ended up being like 3.5 is what the official tally was. Exactly, Mox, by like 180 degrees. They'll say so much you agree with, and then say like the exact opposite of what you think they're gonna say next. You fucking libertarians. Because we're all about cutting down on the military-industrial complex. We're all about, a smaller government to an extent. I want the government to do certain things for me. One of them talked about the government doesn't guarantee, I think that was RFK, that the Constitution doesn't guarantee rights. Ida, good evening. And it's like, well, like that's what we need to do with the government, reform it to where it takes care of the citizens and guarantees you these rights. Positive rights like health care and the right to a living wage. I would start with this is perfect, a perfect way to get it started. Bernie, once upon a time spoke about it, was, the FDR second Bill of Rights, the People's Bill of Rights. Perfect place to start. Can't be radical if fucking FDR proposed it, right? A fucking 100 years ago. Just shy of 100 years. We're getting there. If like 10 is just shy, it's got Steiner math in here.
You take your 33 and a third chance minus my 25% chance, and you got an 8 and a third chance of winning.
I've got no sense of time, measurements. It's amazing that I am on time the way I am for this show. But broadcasting's like, I have no sense of time, yet I'm a broadcaster. And if you tell me to talk for 30 seconds, I hit it almost on the head every time. You tell me to talk for a minute, and I've got it. I just feel it innately. Orange. Welcome, Orange Hue. This is in D.C. They are at the D.C. Hilton. This is the Libertarian National Convention. We are waiting for the presidential debate. We are live currently. Let me check C-SPAN, make sure like the libertarians have it on the wrong fucking... But C-SPAN didn't say it was covering the presidential debate. It said it was picking up with Trump. So I don't know. It did the... It did the vice presidential debate, so I don't know why it wouldn't cover the libertarian presidential debate, but it doesn't say that it's live right now. I could imagine our politics are entertaining to you. We're once again we're watching a curtain. This is live. Oh. It is live now on the Libertarian Party YouTube. We're supposed to be getting a presidential debate at some point in time, followed by Trump speaking. However, the curtain might be better than some of the candidates. However, like, yesterday's vice presidential debate was interesting. The presidential debate was scheduled for 6 to 7:30. Then there should be a vote. There should be a vote on the presidential debate at 6 to 7:30. It is currently 6:42. Former President Trump speaking at 8 o'clock. Security check required. At the Libertarian Convention. Kind of irony there. Gotta get patted down to see Donnie Boy. I would think at the Libertarian Convention you'd be allowed to carry an AR-15 in to see the president speak. The curtain is pretty. I like the colors. It kind of reminds me of a creamsicle. I would like a creamsicle right now. Go harass some libertarians. Absolutely. I don't know that there's many libertarians in the chat when I was watching it earlier. They were kind of roasting libertarians. The chat may be more fun to watch. God, why does it stop doing the live for me? Bubble O Bill? No, we don't. And my point is that it sounds crazy as fuck. Normal people who don't pay attention to politics aren't going to agree with you. It'll turn them away. Saying Right Side Broadcasting is showing.
Brett.
Have we been missing this the whole time because the Libertarian fucking feed didn't know what it's doing?
And we demand the pardon of Julian Assange and Edward Snowden.
This could just be speeches before Trump. There's Libertarian National Convention behind him.
We want to build a new building for the FBI. We want to abolish it.
That sounds pretty libertarian.
And the Fed. And the Fed. I'm going to leave you with this. What time is it? It's
Vader time.
the regime!
Become ungovernable. Who the fuck was that? He's crazy. I love it. This doesn't seem to be the libertarian debate. I'll take it though.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Libertarian Party Vice Presidential Candidate Clint Russell.
We heard from this motherfucker yesterday. Nazi Edward Norton over here.
Let's hear it for Angela McArdle for making this all happen.
Hell yeah, Angela.
Hands down, the most monumental weekend in Libertarian Party history, and I don't think it's even close, and it's not even halfway done yet.
That true?
Man, Rick got off to a rough start, but I think he recovered all right. Thank you for chanting. Look, the reason I'm involved with this party is because I recognized a few
Because you
years
listen to podcasts.
right during the last year of Donald Trump's presidency that this country was on a unsustainable trajectory, that our liberties were evaporating, and that there was very little fight to stop that process. We'll chant that in a little bit. $35 trillion in debt, $1 trillion plus in interest alone. We are the largest economy in human history with the largest debt in human history, and we will pay more in interest alone than on our national defense over the next 12 months. That's not America first. That's not make America great again, and it needs to be resolved. It needs courage to do so. It needs people with a willingness to risk something.
Once again, we were missing this
Donald Trump is
on the Libertarian YouTube channel.
That's fair. This is a pretty tough room, Trump, and I just wanted to give you a quick little cheat sheet. Yes, free Ross. Yes, free Roger Ver. Free Julian Assange. Free Edward Snowden.
Who's Ross? From Trends?
And then when you're done with that, balance the fucking budget. Bring our troops home.
Oh, the dude from Silk Road.
No more proxy wars. No more. Peace.
Yeah. Free that dude.
For America.
I'm into that.
We need, and that is what we demand. Thank you.
He was talking about Ross Ulbricht, the creator of Silk Road. He provided people with drugs. I think he's a hero.
Party member Dave Smith.
Steve, why is Dave out here and not moderating a presidential debate?
You guys, what's up, Libertarian Party National Convention? How are we feeling? Listen, this is cool. Yeah, no, it is. And you know what? Okay, listen. There's broadly speaking, I think, two groups of people here. Okay?
Dumb and Dumber.
There are members of the Libertarian Party, and there are people who came here to support Donald Trump.
I believe he said he was married yesterday.
His
wife probably pegs him.
For both of you, individually.
I feel you clinically.
To the members of the Libertarian Party, which I am also one.
Get your ivermectin, Z-Pack, and more.
Guys.
MakeCareGreatAgain.com.
Libertarians here.
Save 15% with code RSBN.
States of America, and the current frontrunner to be the next president is here to talk to you.
I don't think they sold kiddie porn. If they did, I condemn that. But also, like, that wasn't the creator's fault.
We believe in free speech, so be respectful. I'm not telling you you have to agree with him, and I'm not telling you you have to cheer for him. But we're not having like Jordan Peterson at Berkeley event here. And the message we're sending to the world is not that we can't handle ideas that we disagree with.
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who counts.
Yeah, it was like a Craigslist of the dark web.
Constantly surrounded by ideas that we disagree with.
I think they agreed not to talk about it this year.
And here's my message to the
Trump
supporters who are here. You came to the Libertarian Party National Convention, and we're libertarians around these parts. So let me tell you a little bit about what we believe in case you're not sure. Here's what we believe. Donald Trump, as President of the United States of America, was framed for treason by his own deep state.
Oh, well, what?
And those people belong in jail.
I wasn't expecting that.
It is an absolute crime against our nation that the intelligence agencies that supposedly work for the president would dare frame a presidential candidate. But
or maybe he's guilty.
When they framed the sitting commander-in-chief, and not one of them has paid for that. And that is unacceptable.
No, Trump is on trial currently and will be shortly for other charges. He's going to pay for it.
These parts, we are truly America first. We believe in no foreign adventurism. We are strict non-interventionists.
See, that we can get with.
The proxy wars of choice following 20 years of disastrous terror wars in Ukraine and in Israel are absolutely inexcusable, and America should have no part of either of them. We are $34 trillion in debt.
Yes, we should raise taxes. Raise taxes on rich people. Raise taxes on rich people.
Hey,
significantly.
You guys remember the day after the election when it was totally unclear what happened? And you remember how Donald Trump bent over backwards for years to give Benjamin Netanyahu everything he wanted? And then remember how Benjamin Netanyahu congratulated Joe Biden that next morning? Do you really want to fund that guy unconditionally? Just saying. Furthermore, we also want to drain the swamp.
Did we just Dunning-Kruger around?
And tell me if you think we're right or we're wrong. As long as you
I said Kruger, it's Cougar, isn't it?
Washington, D.C.
Dunning-Kruger Mellencamp.
Which they hand out to politically connected cronies, you will never drain the swamp. The only way to drain the swamp is to cut government spending drastically.
Mitochondria, good evening. Dunning-Cougar Mellencamp. Dunning-Cougar Mellencamp.
We believe in sound money. Printing trillions of dollars a year has debased our currency, and it's made life miserable for working and middle-class Americans, while that same wealth is transferred to the wealthy and the politically connected. Abolish the Federal Reserve and reinstitute sound money.
Abuela? Doesn't that mean aunt?
No, man, you guys all might get deported by the end of this show. And listen, and in addition to all of that, if you want to get serious about making America great again, why is it that we want to make America great again? I am a father of 2 little children. That's my primary reason for wanting this.
Keep little children away from you.
My kids are going to grow up.
No, I'm sure he's a wonderful father.
What we've done is we're handing the next generation $34+ trillion in debt, and that is absolutely unacceptable. Everybody who loves this country needs to know that we cannot keep racking up debt like this. We have our own problems. No more giving money to the rest of the world. No more debasing our currency and printing money. You start talking like that, and let me tell you something, libertarians are listening. Please be respectful when Donald Trump is out here. That doesn't mean you have to agree with him. That doesn't mean you have to vote for him. Listen to what he says.
Malay is the name of the Argentine president.
Please listen to what some of the grievances these libertarians have, because I actually think there's not that much daylight between a lot of us.
They were chanting Abuela, right?
What's best for this country. Thank you guys very much. Enjoy the rest of your night. Thank you.
People watching on Twitch that aren't subbed, we're going to get the commercials out of the way real fast. Get your 3-minute break right now. That way you don't miss much. I think that was the way to do that. I'm hoping they chant "fuck Donald Trump." I hope this is a train wreck. But I was looking forward to the libertarian presidential debate that we are apparently not getting. Gracious, great balls of fire! Trump is scheduled for an hour from now, Warlord. So it very well could be hour and a half, 2 hours, possibly. I'm gonna leave you guys and refill my drink and stuff. I'll leave you with Jerry Lee Lewis. Oh, whoa. Was that? They're playing something full blast, and it sounded like it was 4 Non-Blondes. What's going on? Everybody seemed to enjoy the curtain, so let's do the curtain. Perhaps we get a libertarian debate at some point in time. I'm not Dave. I don't play music when I'm taking breaks. I'm just going to leave you with the curtain. You enjoy the curtain. We're supposed to be having a debate right now. Libertarians. I don't know what they're doing. This is where Trump will be speaking. I do believe that's 4 non-blondes. Here, hold on. I'm going to turn it off for you guys. No? It's some kind of music. I'll give you a taste of it. The Age of Consent Orchestra. I feel like it's Right Side Broadcasting playing that shit. It's like their waiting music. I'm not sure what we're gonna get, guys, and like I don't know who their presidential candidate's gonna be. We knew what was going on last night. As I said, C-SPAN didn't even have the presidential debate on their coverage. They did the vice presidential debate, which was pretty wild. We need to know if RFK pulled some kind of shit and became the Libertarian nominee. Well, they're Orange, a U.S. libertarian believes supposedly in as few laws as possible. No laws in some cases. So that the become ungovernable, it kind of fits with their theme. Supposedly they are a small government, but ultimately they are just a vehicle to cut corporate taxes. Try to destroy regulations. So they're a fringe party in the U.S. Wait, there are. Did we get a chance to? We got to vote on the vice president yesterday. Angela McArdle needs to come out and tell us what the fuck is going on tonight. We were promised libertarian debate. That's what we came for. McArdle. M-C-A-R. I can pull up her little interview we watched. She is the chair of the Libertarian Party, and I kind of thought she was cute. But the clip I'm going to show you, doesn't exactly do her justice. Even Snicks came in and was like, her hair is, her hairstyle's not doing it for her. I gotta agree, not the most flattering hairstyle. I've kind of developed a crush on Angela McArdle. I'm probably fucking her name up, as I tend to do. Is there a Green Party convention? We'll cover it if there is. There's apparently Angela McArdle. I've been fucking it up all this time.
The Libertarian Party is holding its convention this week, where they will choose their presidential nominee, their vice presidential nominee, and the head of that party is Angela McArdle, who joins us live here on the Hill once again. Angela, thanks for being back with us. Appreciate the time. Nice to see you. What do you hope to accomplish this weekend?
Well, we are going to nominate our presidential candidate for the 2024 election.
Not high enough.
Hold our internal party elections, and we have got quite the media show happening at our national convention. People are referring to it informally as Libertarian Woodstock on social media.
So you are inviting Donald Trump to attend. We're watching him right now in the Bronx. He'll be there tomorrow, on Saturday, I believe. RFK Jr. will also be there. RFK Jr., independent. Donald Trump, as we know, a Republican. Why are you allowing, in theory, the opponents into your living room?
Well, for 50 plus years, the Libertarian Party has been trying to get onto the main debate stage with the two-party candidates for president, and it hasn't happened yet. So we have decided to bring the debate stage to our convention. Now, we're not having a traditional debate since we couldn't quite rope those candidates into it, but we're getting as close as we can, which is that we're going to be debating on the same stage with them within very close proximity of the time that they're speaking.
There had been some thought, Angela, and I think we spoke about this the last time.
Apparently not. Apparently we didn't get the...
Maybe RFK Jr. could be on the Libertarian ticket.
Presidential debate.
No chance at all going forward this weekend?
There are still talks about it happening, so I really don't know. It seems to be like there's not, unanimous agreement in the delegates or in his campaign, but I think we'll find out like at the last minute.
Talks with who? Like internal talks within the Libertarian Party, or are you actually talking to his campaign? I mean, he's talking now about running it as an independent, so I'm wondering if there's talks with the campaign.
Well, he is. He is running as an independent, and he has reached out to members of our delegation, members of our party, to inquire as to whether or not he should jump into the race. But I don't actually know if that's him personally who's reaching out, or if it's just people on his campaign, or if it's volunteers. It's not totally clear to me. So I'm just kind of trying to feel it out and see what's going to happen. He could be a wild card candidate who jumps in at the last minute.
Is this recently?
Flash.
Sure. I mean, they're here. His campaign is here. They're walking around. They're meeting people. They're shaking hands.
Or was it the Gulag dude?
Let me ask you about the candidates. We can show the names of some of the folks who are under consideration. And, these are obviously political activists, but no real quote-unquote, for lack of a better term, Angela, big names.
So Charles Belay, Lars Mapstead, Chase Oliver, Michael Rechtenwall, Joshua Smith, and Mike Termott. Those are the Libertarian Presidential Party candidates.
So if you don't score, an RFK Jr., and it's maybe someone who's an unknown, how do you make any noise?
Well, that's why we're having this big media circus at our convention this weekend. We have been getting overlooked in a lot of the polls.
I don't think there's been a big media circus.
Very good libertarians. They're very solid, but they don't have the name recognition and star power that we thought we might have in 2024. So we're doing everything we can to get them a leg up, try to get them on the same stage as Donald Trump and RFK Jr., although it's not at the same time. Pulling out all the tricks, trying to make it happen.
All right, we'll leave it there. Angela McArdle, have fun this weekend. You only get a convention once every 4 years, I guess, and it's happening here in Washington. The head of the Libertarian Party, Angela McArdle. Thank you.
Thank you.
Got it. What'd you hear there?
The reason why the Libertarian Party is not regarded as a serious or real party is right in front of us. That is, I mean,
she says that
wow.
Media attention, which I get. We just talked about free earned media for Donald Trump. So that part I understand.
When the centerpiece of your party's convention is, in theory, the competition showing up at your convention, you're not a real party.
Well, that's why, I mean, look, can they make some noise, right? Because they have made noise in the past and in an election where, I mean, we talk about this all the time, 10,000 votes here or 25,000 votes there, whatever. Like, I know we talk about RFK Jr., but they could tip an election one
Not
way or
with
another.
this leader.
But I will say,
Whoa!
what she did say was, we don't know what the outcome is here. So
Thank you for watching, and make sure you go to joinnn.com.
Joey, good evening. You gotta love Dave coming in my chat was like, hey guys, don't watch Justin, watch this instead. What the fuck is up with that, dude? What the- Oh, we know what you meant. What, the Sam Zeter clip? Probably. Why are you trying to derail me? What the hell, Dave? You would bust a gasket on people coming in there and doing it in your chat. The hell, Dave? The fuck?
Hey, Justin, are you trolling?
Oh, I know you don't give a fuck about me, son. I come on to your show. I drop gold fucking lines. You just ignore them. Happens all the time. I come in, you're all Steve, not even paying attention to what I'm saying. I just come right out, call people out. Like asking Destiny if he's on speed. I'm gonna have to edit that into my YouTube trailer now. This was earlier in the day here at the Libertarian Convention.
Our job is to gather up the remnant.
I thought maybe we missed the debate, but I
The masses reject our
didn't see debating happen.
We preach it anyway. Your job is to go out and find the remnant, gather them up, and encourage them, because when everything goes to the dogs, we're the ones who will stick together and rebuild. And that's what we're doing with libertarianism. We are carrying out the vision of our founders. We care about what the founders of this party wanted. I believe in it, and I know that you believe in it.
So much cuter with her hair down. Wait, did she say please vote for me? Was she's running to be the nominee? She's got a hell of a mustache.
Thank you, Ms. McArdle. Was that a trumpet? What was that?
That's a hubbabaloo or something.
Mr. Masada.
Shelly, good evening. These might be our presidential candidates.
Hi. Thanks again, everyone. So I want to say a few things about how civilization emerges from the tradition of private property. Free people are motivated to discover the best information with which to increase the rate at which they transform or reorder matter that they exclusively control, their private property, to create wealth. Most of us transform our bodies in a manner that maximizes the value of the wealth in terms of labor, services, or products that we produce, and then trade with companies, employers, or the public.
I feel like he's got the voice of a cartoon mouse.
Private property emerges the freedom to trade it with anyone in the entire planet, which inadvertently transforms mankind into a global supercomputer where companies are motivated to innovate and learn from each other, competitors, thus inadvertently cooperate to create and spread superior information and subsequent social order. It is our freedom as consumers.
Listen to it.
Order sustaining wealth for the best cars with the latest innovations, and as producers to go into the auto manufacturing business, which motivates existing auto manufacturers, competitors, to innovate, copy, compete, learn, to produce the best cars. Just like in the Olympics, we can discover the best athletes in the world due to global competition. So does having the freedom to trade with everyone in the world allows the best ideas to compete. And
I hate the Olympics.
thus ensuring the best possible global order. Via advertising,
Nothing but a collection of sports that no one would pay attention to individually.
of their products and ideas, as well as the defects and inferiority of their competitors, thus accelerating the need to compete, copy, spread superior information.
I feel like we just had the Olympics.
Order. As cost-cutting ideas emerge and inevitably spread via competition, leading relative prices to continuously fall, now profitable ideas easily arise and once again spread via economic competition in an endless cycle of knowledge generation and innovation. For example, computers were once very expensive, but once the price of making them came down enough, people easily realized that every home could have them, which gave birth to our computerized world and the internet and all the great things that flow from it.
Wow, Flash.
Produced, the more wealth has to be offered in exchange for labor as companies compete against each other for the labor they need.
I can see how the Special Olympics could be
morals,
bad.
Knowledge, which also emerges and spreads via economic competition to considerable degrees. It is hardworking.
But like if it makes the kids feel good, I'm into it, I think.
Inevitably motivate everyone else to be likewise. As 1974 Nobel laureate in economics F.A. Hayek tells us, quote, competition is, after all, always a process in which a small number make it necessary for larger numbers to do what they do not like, be it to work harder, to change habits.
The fucking sun. I hate this time of year.
Or regularity to their work, which without competition would not be needed. As millions of Italians, Britons, Germans, Jews, and others from all over the world came to America,
oh shit, do you guys think he's Italian?
Rose from private property and thus individual liberty, which stripped these people of their otherwise nationalistic, ethnocentric, tribalistic identities and evolved what can be seen as the classic American character of wanting to be seen as a reputable and honest businessman or professional who treats everyone with respect and wears a business suit as opposed to older ethnocentric dresses and attires. Thus, freedom and emerging competitive knowledge discovery, as opposed to leading to chaos, is what one, enables and motivates the discovery and spread of superior information and subsequent social order. 2, it civilizes us. 3, protects us from being coerced into doing something we don't want and thus allows us to live our lives as we wish. And 4, is vital for discovering the truth. Freedom is the ultimate algorithm. Next, sorry, I'm a little slow here.
Oh, and the feed didn't even work yesterday.
It's likely to be an intellectual error. Okay, sometimes lots of very bright people with very good intentions make mistakes. That is the history.
Wait, did he say Zionism?
A bunch of ideologues. It made sense to a lot of people. They looked at the complexity of the world and they fell for it. I was born into communism. My family members weren't evil. The idea that fellow Homo sapiens who identify as Jews have to abandon the thousands of humble synagogues spread throughout the Western world because somehow they cannot live with the other Homo sapiens to create themselves a country in a place where there were relatively few of them and the people in the area were adamantly opposed to the idea.
I think he's on the right side of this.
Error. Okay? Now, anti-Semitism is an error, is a mistake. We overcome mistakes by doing the best that we can to understand the underlying fallacies and then overcoming the error. We do not create an error to overcome an...
He's accusing people of sophistry.
So, again, a few more relevant quotes. Whether somebody blows himself up to kill innocent civilians, whether someone grows up to be a Hitler or a Ludwig von Mises, it is obvious that it all comes down to the ideas and circumstances that cause this person to grow up the way they do. So just labeling people terrorists or anti-Semites or this or that. It's absurd. We have
to be clear, I was correct. Destiny is on speed, right?
It is ideas that group men.
That seemed to be I made it to streamer fails on Reddit.
Whom and for whom the
But many people were like, Destiny is on speed.
Arms that, in the last analysis, turned the scales. So we have to focus on the ideas. Mises
is just an observation I made.
Only to those who know how to interpret it.
I wanted to talk to Destiny about drugs.
Theories. We know how the Marxists have all their silly theories about class exploitation and all this nonsense. Well, unfortunately, the Zionists also came up with all their theories about how somehow you
this Rudy Giuliani looking fucker down here
to be hate towards Jews, and they create their own myths. Well, those are myths. Just like socialism, they have to be overcome. And thank you.
He was acting like a tweaker.
One more time. We have to look at the past without blame. We have to sympathize.
I've been around a lot of tweakers.
Again, my family members in Cuba, they weren't evil. They just make mistakes. Mises once again tells us, neither as judges allotting praise and blame, nor as avengers seeking out the guilty should we face the past.
The last thing I'd want to do on Molly is argue politics.
To know how things came about, to understand them.
I would hope he's not on Molly.
Nations. And I think I'm out of stuff to talk about. But
the fish.
I never have too many Mises quotes. Mises again.
They are indeed speed, Steve.
And dictators are sincerely convinced that they're
especially if you're taking them off label.
People, that theirs is government for the people.
Taking ADHD meds when you have ADHD.
Hayek, two of my favorites. Once
could actually counter the effects of ADHD.
Made a mistake. Hayek tells us.
Not make you act like a
it is
tweaker.
Necessary to realize that the sources of many of the most harmful agents.
Steve Destiny.
Often not.
I would fuck about anybody on Molly, so probably.
Humanitarian barbarism.
My standards go way low.
Never recognize the offspring.
When I'm on Molly.
Hayek, again. Most people are still unwilling to face the most
you
alarming
live in
lesson
sexual
of modern
anarchy.
history, that the greatest crimes of our time have been committed by governments that had the enthusiastic support of millions of people who were guided by moral impulses. It is simply not true that Hitler or Mussolini...
Wait a minute, he said he didn't have anything else to talk about like 5 minutes ago.
Their people, they also appeal to some of the feelings which also dominate contemporary democracies. And sadly, we see that right now in Gaza and Israel.
So I think these are the presidential candidates.
Hayek, one more time.
They did not keep to their schedule.
Perhaps the fact that we have seen millions voting
We're currently waiting for Trump to speak at 8 o'clock.
Our generation understand that to choose one's government is not necessarily to secure freedom. And that's it. Vote for me. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, I believe these are the candidates. So they didn't do a debate. They just let everybody.
Next, we have Dave Thomas, the
speak.
founder of Wendy's. Mr. Nikela.
Nikela.
Hello, hello, ladies and gentlemen. I think back to when I was a young man, back in high school. Read Creature from Jekyll Island, discovered individualism, discovered the myth of collectivism, and said, my God, there's so much wrong with this world. What can I do as one person, as one individual, to try to make amends, try to make the world a better place? Well, I discovered Ron Paul back in 2012.
Whoa.
Dr. Ron Paul truly showed me there was a way forward. There was a new way of thinking.
I was wondering about the Ron Paul, not your joke clinically, but your joke also. That hit me. That hit me deep.
Because of folks like him.
That cut hard.
To Paul Fest in Tampa. Not only did I discover Bitcoin, but I also discovered the.
I think I got him beat.
Gary Johnson. To his credit, he brought me in the movement. I got involved with Young Americans for Liberty at FIU.
That's why I think we've got enough time to go through all these presidential candidates.
A group of anarcho-capitalists.
But I've got the Trump feed up over here. We aren't going to miss it.
And other folks who got me really involved, radicalized in libertarianism, and they had the opportunity then to table and talk to hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of students, to organize events and free speech walls and all these things.
Kinda be. What's going on, my friend?
Experience is that so much of this country, whether they're on the left or the right or the in-between, even in some cases,
I'm still going Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's my pick for Trump's VP.
things that we want.
I think Trump definitely, he wouldn't pick RFK because he wants RFK to siphon some votes off of Biden.
Ability to
However, it does look like he's going to siphon more votes off of Trump.
our futures, a freedom to run our businesses, a freedom to be in.
I wouldn't be surprised if he offers RFK some sort of administration position to get him to drop out.
To be able to chart your own destiny.
Princess Kimberly, good evening.
Got involved.
They brought up Malay yesterday, Flash.
Voted Libertarian with the Libertarian Party of the Florida Keys affiliate. Viva la Conca Republica.
Viva la Libertad.
We went on to start our affiliate down there. Had some folks approach me, hey, why do you run for Region 14 rep for the state party? Got involved with the Libertarian Party of Florida back in 2015. Go Florida.
I don't know if I can cheer for Florida. It gives me a lot of content.
And eventually went on to run for treasurer.
Yeah, get ready for RFK to be the head of Health and Human Services.
At one point, treasurer stepped down. I stepped up, got us out of a very tough situation in Tallahassee. Had some stuff dropped unanimously.
Maybe you make him Surgeon General.
And LPF, we made record-breaking fundraising goals. The following term,
Do you have to be a doctor to be the Surgeon General?
broke even those records. Hired commission-based staff, raised tons of money for the state affiliate, put us in a good financial scenario. And I'll never forget when the Mises Caucus came into Florida. They did endorse me for chair. But I'll tell you
Me too, Shelley, me too.
We had the Mises people come in. They're new guys.
The Mises people.
I had to get in their court. You know, there was some conflict there, or there was some friction there. But at the end of the day,
Plural for mouse.
Example of what can happen when you have old
Mises.
guard, new guard, radicals, prags, all coming together for the same goal to accomplish the same things. And that's what we need in this party. What I believe happens in politics is that when there's no unifying, overarching goal,
The man's got a nice beard.
individuals tend to, and this is sociology, this is my interpretation, they tend to look at their own self-interest, form factions, and then we have the infighting and the inter-party fights that we've known to have over the last few years. I want to go back a little bit to Florida, too.
It's still wild to me that he made Ben Carson the
Quarterly goals with all the committee members, with all the
head of HUD.
We were on meetings once a month, all of our
And not the Surgeon General.
We'd have constant
The thing he was actually good at.
communications. What's going on with fundraising? Oh, actually, we need help with this. What can I do to help your committee? Oh, you know, we're actually doing this thing. And it created fertile ground for
Don't insult Meep like that.
Florida's a well-oiled machine.
What?
What I think was most successful about my time leading Florida those 4 years was communication and goal setting being key. Communication is everything. It's everything in business, it's everything in politics, it's everything in leadership. I've been on the board.
It's so on the nose. That's why I can't believe that Trump did that.
I've seen what moves our party forward. What a lot of people don't understand about the LNC, it's really a bifurcated organization. You have the
Bifurcated is that's the word of the day, bifurcated.
Oftentimes, staff are the ones putting in the work 40, 50 hours a week, putting in the real work, the engine to move the party forward, and we don't always see that. A lot of the times we see what happens on the LNC list, we see the grandstanding, we see the debates, but so much of what goes...
Yeah, the YouTube delay gets worse as the stream goes on. The longer we go, the longer the
What
delay.
I would encourage us to do is start looking at the LNC, not just...
It starts off at like 30 seconds.
board, but really, what can we do to grow the organization as a nonprofit political organization? Because the reality is, we're only making about $1.6 to $2 million per year as a political organization. That's small in politics. To get to where we need to go, we need to be a 10, 20, $100 million a year organization.
Captain Candy. Fuck, man, I'd love some cookies.
In my professional life, as you guys know,
I agree. Anybody got any cookies? Who's holding cookies? We are about 30 minutes away from Trump's scheduled speaking time.
Wendy's, you've probably been to bad Wendy's.
So we're probably 40, 50 minutes away.
Down to.
He's talking about
pride in my organization and my stores. We're top 15%.
Wendy's.
Wendy's actually recently came out to us and said, hey, we'll build you 5 stores and hand you the keys. You don't get there unless you're
He was
good
a
at
franchisee of Wendy's.
I run a $30 million a year enterprise. From administration to operations to working with my management, my staff, corporate, the brand, my customers.
He left a sponge in a woman's brain.
Going, running, and successful. And I want to take that experience.
I had not heard that one, but it's totally believable.
Bring it to the LNC as chair. You might ask, why am I doing this? Why do I want to run for chair? Well, I went to confession at a church one day, and the priest said, you have to run for LNC chair. No, I'm just kidding. I'm doing this because I've been in this movement, I've been in this party for the last 10 years, and this is something very near and dear to my heart. I'm getting married next week.
Who gives a fuck, dude?
But to be honest, I married the Libertarian Party 10 years ago. And my vows to you are, I want to be a servant of this organization. I want to watch the organization grow.
Flash coming in here. Oh, they leave stuff in people all the time. I believe it.
No matter what happens, no matter who's in charge, no matter who the delegates are, you're all amazing, great, fantastic people. And I guarantee you, when we put our differences aside, I would share any FEMA camp with the least of you. I truly believe there's so much more that unites us than separates us. And I'll tell you a story. When we reopened our local Dairy Queen in
FEMA camp
when I was a kid, Hurricane Irma shut it down, and I actually came and reopened it because why not? It's a local icon. Reopened the restaurant, and my sister came up to me and said, hey, there's my friend here. He's about 15 years old. He wants to meet you. I told him, you're the chairman of the Libertarian Party of Florida. I said, hey, it's nice to meet you. Well, thanks for coming aboard.
My life revolved around Wendy's, Dairy Queens.
And my friends are libertarian too.
I feel so useless.
And this kid's 14, 15 years old. He went to the same high school that I went to. And I'll tell you one thing. When I was in high school, I had never heard the word libertarian. Here's a kid, 14, 15 years old.
I had.
Not only is he a libertarian, but his friends are libertarian. We're growing as a movement. And if you ask me,
probably called myself a libertarian in high school.
It's third party, NPA. We need to get out there. We need to start doing search and rescue on these folks. Get them into the fold. And here's my plan. All right, number 1, fundraising. We need to raise money. 3 or 4 commission-based fundraisers. Eventually, I want to pull in a full-time fundraiser, start building back out the fundraising department of our organization.
Build back better.
We got to make money to spend money, baby. Man. That includes, a part of that is getting membership up. We need to be very, very, very focused on growth. We need to have a growth-oriented mindset. We get our numbers up, we crank them up, then we can also fundraise off those folks and then do all the great stuff that we want to be able to do as an organization. Ballot access. We need to fund ballot access. We need
that looked like a cool hat.
And go on ballot access. Remember
this is earlier today, the
years ago and try to take it over.
Libertarian presidential
But the reason they are interested in the
candidates.
Libertarian Party,
We're waiting Trump.
Libertarian Party is because of the value of our ballot access.
Expected to speak at 8 o'clock.
RFK, Trump, and Vivek all decided to come here is because they know we have 50-state ballot access. And that scares the shit out of them. And we need to continue to leverage that and build that, not only just to run the presidential candidate, but also for our people on the ground. Next up is affiliate support. I only got 5 seconds left, but...
Goddamn.
Well, I want to thank you. Impotentes defender libertatem non passant. Those without power cannot defend freedom. Thank you all. You're the best.
Who was that dude?
The least you could do, Mr. Nikela, is open up a Wendy's table outside.
Oh, make a cheeseburger me.
To Mr. Molman.
Mr. Moleman. Hans Moleman.
Give it up for Mr. Molman.
At the Libertarian Convention.
Oh, thanks for the timer. That's awesome. Wendy's burgers are the best fast food burgers. Fight me.
Are they?
4 years ago in a crazy convention during a crazy time, I stood on the stage in front of the delegates and said, there are no shortcuts.
Five Guys fast food.
We need to do this, and we need to do this right.
Chili's makes a good burger.
Today.
Is that fast food?
And we still need to do it right, and there are no shortcuts. Doing it right is also admitting when you're wrong. And during the debate, I said that Mrs. McArdle had not logged into CiviCRM, and I was wrong. She has logged in 10 times total since the first.
We'll miss you, Shelly.
2023. My apologies.
Barbecue is awesome, though.
Now on my
enjoy
speech. Let's see. Yes, in 2020, I brought up a conga line of endorsers across the party and all that kind of stuff. And I decided this.
He does look like Rudy, though.
To actually speak with you rather than
think
just
we're
get some
stupid?
tag,
You
bumper
think
sticker,
we're fools?
slogan things, because when you only have 30 seconds, you can't really say a lot.
Everybody else got a lot more than 30 seconds.
Active for 18 years. I've served in multiple roles, national, regional, state, and local.
I'm not high enough for this shit.
Manager multiple times for multiple campaigns in multiple states. I've run multiple ballot access drives. I started on the LNC. My wife still is questioning why I'm trying to do this again. It's because I believe we need to move the organization forward. Now, I'm going to tell you, believe it or not, the abridged version of how I got here. And I say believe it or not when you start hearing the story. I was pressured by family into voting for Bob Dole in 1996. Immediately submitting the ballot, I regretted that.
Bob Dole.
And I decided I would never do that again. I would never be pressured into voting for the lesser of two evils.
Bob Dole was the lesser of two evils?
And I didn't let me.
It would have been Dole Clinton, everyone.
I started a 2-year journey
1996.
of self-exploration and philosophical rectification.
No, 1998.
And I figured
No,
out
96,
philosophy and then rectified all my other beliefs around it. And at the end of that journey, all I knew is that I wasn't a Democrat and I wasn't a Republican. And at a bar over drinks with a friend in 1998, he said, "Hey, you sound like a libertarian." I said, "What the hell's a libertarian?" And he said,
"A dumb fuck."
LP.org. I did. I liked what I saw. I signed up for more information. Harry Brown came to Louisville, Kentucky in 1999 as part of his 2000 campaign, and I was hooked. I also, all the money in my wallet got plucked up by Michael Cloud. It happened.
You mean Norm Macdonald, kinda?
In 2000, and he
I love some Norm Macdonald.
0.2.
There's a good conservative.
And I was devastated.
They're few and far between.
Screw it. This isn't worth it. I went back to sleep politically. I did vote for Bednark in 2004.
Who?
In 2005, June of 2005, the Supreme Court decided the terrible Kelo decision. The decision that a
Bednark
take your house and sell it to a private developer for $1 because it increases the tax base. I could not believe. It is literally it made me very angry. And then it just so happened that a few months later, my father got a random invitation sent to a random batch of Republicans in Kentucky to hear this guy named Ron Paul, whose name I knew, to speak in Bowling Green, Kentucky. I wonder why I was going to Bowling Green.
Congressman Ron Paul.
Rand lives there.
Former congressman.
To speak about eminent domain. And I said, "Hey, Dad, are you interested in this?" And he said, "No." I said, "You mind if I take this?" He said, "No." So I went. I was inspired that night. I won the auction for the signed flags, in fact. So in February of 2006, the state chair of my party reached out to me for the first time. Keep in mind, I'd signed up in 98.
I was on the Ron Paul train at one point in time. We were all young.
Problems. And asked, "Hey, who wants to run for Congress? Come to Louisville on this day." So I went. And there were two of us there. And the other guy was better looking, was quicker on his feet, just a generally better, charismatic, more opposing presence. And so he became the candidate. I became the campaign manager. Amazing candidate. Awesome. But the state party literally had no resources to provide us. We asked for a voter list, didn't have it. We asked for a member list, didn't have it. Asked for a donor list, didn't have it. How the hell are you supposed to run a campaign?
Yeah, buddy.
And so that's when I decided that I believed in the philosophy. If I wanted to see it happen, we had to fix the organization so it would work. That we had these things for good candidates when they stepped up to be able to win, or at least make a better showing. So, on a budget of $750 versus $2 million from the Democrats and Republicans, we got 4.9% in that race, in a three-way race. And that is still, to this day, unfortunately, the record for a congressional race in Kentucky in a three-way race. I hope that we will beat that someday, and I hope that day is soon. But we could have done better had we had the resources. We were looking for when are the county fairs? Who are the people who have ever donated to the party in the district? Who is a contact? Anything. Now, what's interesting is we lost that race, but we won.
This is Hans Moleman.
Congressman. If you all remember back to 2006,
He wasn't even on the list we saw earlier.
down. They were all like, stay the course. We got to stay in Iraq and see it through. Stay the course. And my guy gave a great answer on KET, was basically summed up was, get the troops home as fast as possible. Let's get out of there. Get out, right? Get out of the wars. So the next morning, after the election, the Republicans took a beating, but our district is so red, he survives. He gets on radio, and he basically took the words that I wrote for the campaign candidate and said, the morning after, that we needed to get out of Iraq as soon as possible. We got a sitting congressman who voted and was campaigning on staying in Iraq to say, hey, maybe we need to get out of Iraq as soon as possible.
What year was this? 2006?
Change.
I don't think you can take credit for that, sir.
Entire congressional district with that campaign. And that's how even when we lose, we still win because we're moving the needle forward. And guess what? So that guy retired a few years later. Do you know who the congressman that...
What pictures of Spider-Man?
Thomas Massey.
Fuck Thomas Massey.
So even when we lose, we can win. And that's why I want the party to act as a party over an advocacy group. It's not.
But there are things that we as leftists can agree with Thomas Massey on and work on.
Built to help candidates run for office.
And I totally believe we should do that.
Advocacy is best done through 501c3 organizations where you can donate funds tax-free.
Box, yeah. There's certain issues you can
give to two of them.
Work with Massey on.
501c3. It's awesome to be able to like, hey, you get to write this off your taxes. It's a lot easier to raise money for those campaigns.
Massey would be one of the votes you'd get if you wanted to
back to my quick story here in
ban stock trades
my mission
from Congress people,
make the state
senators.
And I wanted to build a machine that would support our
Massey would go for that.
And I learned a lesson.
Gates would go for that. Like there's
if you haven't learned yet, you will.
Nut job right wingers that we can work with shit on, and we should.
It's hard to run a political party. It's really hard to go out there into the grind, to go up against the narrative, to be ignored by the media, to have all these things. It's hard, but we do it because it's worth it. Now, lacking institutional knowledge, I went back and I looked at the history of the Libertarian Party of Kentucky and the history of third parties in general in the country. And I learned historically in America.
I got to meet Gatewood Galbraith.
Causes non-major parties to fail.
He always ran as independent, but like,
party begins to
he ran on legalizing pot for years and years.
Rather than an individual entity,
he loved guns.
Political party dies. This is consistent in American history.
I'd say he ran as a libertarian a couple of times because he ran for governor like every 4 years.
Independence and distinctiveness are crucial to achieving our mission of individual liberty. Maintaining a clear separation from the other parties, we continue to provide a genuine alternative for liberty-oriented voters disillusioned with the status quo. I've only got a minute left, so I'm going to have to cheat and go way forward. All right, here we go. So I want to create a better world. I genuinely want every single person to succeed in life, whatever that means to them. We recognize that every person is an individual. They have their own individual hopes and dreams. And even within our own party, we all have our reasons.
That's a big admission for a libertarian.
Economics. I said I'm a
that other people have feelings.
These are not invalid things. Just because somebody doesn't drive that particular person doesn't mean they're wrong. It just means that that's a different type of advocacy. We need to embrace anyone who is willing to work to remove the state from your life in any aspect. There is nothing wrong with saying, hey, I want to focus on the war. Cool. Hey, I want to focus on taxes. Cool. Hey, I want to focus on gay rights. Cool. Hey, I want to focus on gun rights. Cool. We need everybody to understand that we need to be inclusive, let people fight for liberty on their terms. That is what I will support as chair. I will never tell you you're wrong unless you're actually advocating for the increase of government. Then you're wrong. Thank you very much. I'm out of time.
Oh, is this voting for chair, not president? We are missing in action in a presidential debate from the Libertarian Party.
We will now have our secretary come up to explain the balloting process.
Hey, hello everyone. All the delegation chairs, which I know
I'm into it.
the trainings and watch the videos, but what you need to do, only your delegation chairs need to go up the line of the first steps over there where you see the guy with the tie-dye frantically waving, who's been working.
The guy with the tie-dye.
Thank the entire teller team. They are fantastic. So if you go up the first step, they will give your state your packet. I'm going to explain a little bit this first round. You will be pros after a couple rounds. Hopefully it won't be a couple rounds on this one, but by the end of this convention, you'll be pros. You'll have a manila envelope that on the
I
front
want to know who the presidential candidate is.
sheet. Inside that envelope,
We need that
number of
answer.
index cards, that is the maximum number of delegates that your state was allocated. Though that may not be, you may have less people. I don't know that. Please make sure no alternates are voting, but you won't have enough cards for that anyway if you filled your delegation.
yours, woke
So the
moralists.
delegation chair
We'll
will
see
then
who
pass out
cancels
the
who.
index cards to each delegate. And I have some instructions on the screen. On your index card, please put the title of the race.
He seems like the most put together, to be honest
the
with
name
you.
of your state in case somehow it gets separated.
So we're gonna switch feeds here. We've got somebody speaking over at the Trump rally. Get Rumble to work for me.
With her not knowing that, I think she thought I was a carnival ride operator.
Wait, I know this dude.
But at some point, when
I
Kathy
think.
realized that it was getting serious, she figured out what I do for a living. And she realized, oh my gosh, I have no idea what I am politically. So naturally, she went online and took a quiz. So she approached James. She wasn't sure how he'd react to the...
Oh wait, she's got a channel, the Pink Lady of Liberty.
James, I took the quiz, and I found out what I am.
That makes sense.
She was very nervous, and he said, well, what are you? And she said, I'm a libertarian. And James was so relieved, and he said, that's great, that's okay, that's pretty much what we are. We're just not quite pure enough to be that, but, you know, we're going to agree a lot of the time. But here's what happened. James and Cassie, it was fate, they got married. And, just about 5
Well,
weeks
congratulations.
Her name is Daisy, and she's beautiful. So, and it worked out well. This combination between my constitutional conservative son and my libertarian daughter-in-law, it produced a perfect offspring. I was holding Daisy. She's like 6 weeks old now, just an hour ago before I got here. I was holding her. True story. True story. She looks up at me. She's barely old enough to smile.
God, what is this motherfucker's name? He's like a congressman, isn't he?
You've got to introduce it next week. I didn't know she could talk. Just learned how to smile. And I said, introduce what? And she said, and the Fed. And the Fed. And the Fed. So let's make a deal here. So I'm going to break a little news tonight, right now. First time anyone's hearing it. Next week, I'm introducing the End the Fed bill in the United States Senate.
Wait a minute, he's a senator. Why fucking, I know his fucking name.
And I tell you what else, that creature, that bastard creature from Jekyll Island will not know what hit it.
What? Who?
All right, so what else should we talk about? I've got another bill that you might like. You might not have heard of it. It's called the No CBDC Act.
It's Mike something or other, isn't it?
Look, it's not just the central bank digital currency would mess up our monetary system. It's that it would end the Constitution as we know it, and we must never, ever, ever allow that to happen.
Very thirsty boy. Who am I to talk? I'm over here slurping down beverages.
George Washington's farewell address and his warning about entangling alliances.
Mike something with an R.
To hell with them, right? It's time to stop these endless.
There's only 50 of them. I'll look up the list.
Most of all, undeclared foreign wars. Hell no. You know what unites us? Even though I don't bear the title libertarian. Sometimes my colleagues tell me that, and I'm great with that because it's a compliment. But we get to the same conclusion. Constitutional conservatives and libertarians very often reach the same conclusion on CBDC, on End the Fed, on no foreign wars, on the fact that government's there to make sure that we don't kill each other or take each other's stuff.
Mike Lee. This is Senator Mike Lee.
If it's not about life, liberty, and
God damn.
Government probably should stay out, and we should try to ratchet down government. Now, you can't always do it all at once. When you fall from a 10-story building, it's not the fall that will kill you so much as the abrupt halt at the end. So we've got to do it methodically, but it's still got to be done. And so, in a little while, you're going to have an opportunity to hear from someone. I know you're divided on this person, but I've worked with him, and I want to tell you.
Ooh, is it Trump?
About where Donald Trump agrees with you on some things, some serious things. Do you know who doesn't like the central bank digital currency? Donald Trump, and he's promised to end it.
Ooh, he's getting booed already. I love it.
When he came into office after being elected in 2016, a lot of people were worried about what he'd do with wars. And you know what? I was with him on countless occasions. I don't know if you know this, but I've got a lot of colleagues who are kind of fond of war.
Yeah. Both sides of the aisle.
Colleagues and some of the people in this sort of deep state crowd wanted him to go into war. And I saw him, to his great credit, resist that over and over and over again. And I heard him tell me.
I'm getting old. I'm losing my memory.
Encouraged to do this.
Might be the pot, too.
Calls to husbands, fathers, parents, as somebody, a loved one, had died in another undeclared war. He pushed back on that. Donald Trump was also
too many puppies.
Regulations. He understood something. He understood something of it. I keep these 2 stacks of documents in my office. One stack is a few inches tall, sometimes about this tall at the most. It's the bills passed by Congress in the last year. It's probably 10, 11 inches.
Not a lot.
It's only a few hundred to a few thousand pages per each year. Those are the laws passed by Congress in the last year. There's another stack 13 feet tall, 100,000 pages long. That consists of laws made by unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats. Is that just? My version of Article 1, Section 7 says that you cannot make a federal law without...
Well, look, we might see Trump get booed
sending it to the president and having
by half, 2/3 of the crowd. So this is going to be interesting.
Do you know who recognizes that and wants to reverse this trend? Donald Trump. I get it. Get your booing out, but here's the
love it.
You've got a great opportunity to hear from him in a few minutes. If you don't want to take my word for him, hear it from him. Well, let me tell you just a couple of things about him personally that you might not know.
Because some of these people actually recognize Trump as a fucking fascist.
I dream about the Constitution. I have a pair of Nike basketball shoes with Article 1, Section 8 inscribed on the back.
Nerd.
I want to tell you a story about Donald Trump and the Constitution. One day I was in the Oval Office with him. We talked about all sorts of issues, all kinds of issues. Out of the clear blue, he asks me the nerdiest, the wonkiest constitutional question about the intersection of the Constitution and the Senate rules that I had ever imagined.
No fucking way.
Imitate him for you. President Trump, I apologize in advance if you're offended by this, but there's no way I can communicate the full effect of it without doing it in his voice. So, here's what he said. Mike, what would happen if somebody came onto the Senate floor and they objected based on the absence of a quorum? while the Senate was in a pro forma session. I won't give you the whole thing. It was really long. It was complicated. And I said, sir, I could answer that.
No, it wasn't.
Maybe a few hours. I would have to consult a few.
Minty. I don't know. I was going to say it wasn't a bad Trump impression.
The answer. That's okay. I got time. Go talk to Johnny. So I found this guy.
I've seen a lot worse.
We assembled the necessary lawyers. Senate rules experts. Took us several hours. By the time we got it done, I watched Johnny through this like 10, 12-step answer. And I said, you've got this. And all of a sudden he said, no, you're going to have to come with me to explain it. I can't do it.
Johnny boy.
Back in the Oval Office with him. Thought he's probably left by now. It was dark. Walked in. He was on the edge of his seat. Oh, come on in. Pence, Kellyanne, Meadows, you know, he rallied the staff. So I gave him the answer to this question. It was complicated. And at the end of it, he goes, you know, Mike, when the rest of us were 16, we were out chasing girls, doing crazy stuff. And then he gets this really pained look on his face. But then I think about you at that age.
You live in sexual anarchy.
And you're not doing that, Mike. You're at home sitting at a desk and you're studying the
you can get no pussy.
Constitution. Am I right? And I said, well, I did like girls at that age, but yes, you're not far off. I was doing that stuff too. And he goes, I knew it. And then he turned to his staff assembled and he said, and yet he has a beautiful wife. I don't know how he did it.
He's kind of charming. I can see it.
My message is this. The federal government has become too big and too expensive because it's doing crap it was never intended to do.
Honestly, being confident is...
On a collision course with socialism. Since
April
1937, the day the Supreme Court of the United States bastardized the Commerce Clause, and by so doing...
Where is this socialism they keep talking about?
We call federalism. No sooner had that happened than Congress panicked over its newfound authority over labor, manufacturing, agriculture, mining, health, safety, welfare, and we stopped passing laws and we started delegating the lawmaking power.
It did sound like Trump was calling him a loser.
Really bad for the American people. It's been good only for a few people in Washington, D.C., home to 8 of the 10 wealthiest counties in America. We've got to return that power back where it belongs to the people.
That's because of lobbying. I agree with that. And like,
big government.
There are some Republicans we can work with on lobbying.
We restore federalism and separation of powers. Donald Trump may not agree with you on everything, but I can tell you he will agree with you a whole hell of a lot more than that nutball in the White House or anybody else on the ticket. I encourage you, take a listen to Donald Trump, support Donald Trump, restore the Constitution. Thank you very much.
Resounding boos for Mike Lee, the senator from Utah. If you're watching on Twitch, I'm going to hit the commercial breaks for you right now. If you're not subbed, 3 minutes. Hopefully you won't miss any of the action.
Moments away from Donald Trump taking the stage, people on their chairs chanting Donald Trump.
I am pexual. What's going on, my friend?
So as you can see, this is
who you calling a dork, me or Mike Lee?
For this ride here at the Libertarian National Convention.
Mike Lee pulled a bigger audience than me.
With us on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Trump 2024.
Coverage of the entire.
You've come to the right place. He'll be here.
Before we start the program, that the
just a few minutes.
Save for your future is with the Birch Gold Group. They have thousands of satisfied customers.
Be sure to get your Trump Gold. Text Trump to 989898.
Group can help you convert IRAs and 401ks, precious metals, you name it. They can get you.
Be sure to
success when it comes to your future. Plan for yourself, your kids, your grandkids, and they can help.
Give your money to Birch Gold.
Text the word Trump to 989898.
All you Trump supporters out there,
298.
MAGA equals socialism is a sign that one of the libertarians has. That's batshit fucking crazy.
Information kit.
I want everyone to watch me clinically. Freakin is for everybody. Freakin is for the people.
There's a little exchange going on between the crowd. And we'll just continue to watch this and monitor this as we wait for President Trump to take the stage any moment now. Right Side Broadcasting Network giving you live.
Moved to New Hampshire, I think it said.
Commercial break, and we'll be right back live from Washington, D.C.
I'm going to protect you from... Oh, shit. Never mind.
Pillow spring sale. And here's a few examples. Buy one of our My
That was
Pillow
on crack.
2.0s, you get another My Pillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even.
Be sure to get your lumpy pillow.
9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low
Discount because he needs to move some merchandise.
this year.
Get you some Mike Pillow Crocs.
For as low as $25 a pair. So go to mypillow.com or call the
Yeah, the Minty. I looked it up earlier because I was like, free Ross. Who are they talking about? This is Ross Ulbricht, the creator of Silk Road. I am for it. Free that motherfucker. Apparently, a life sentence that is completely unjust. There are many things to agree with libertarians on. Hey, are you seriously, Libertad? You've got a Mike Pillow. Give us your review. Remember, we like there was a news story on it, and we looked through the reviews. Everybody said they were lumpy. I even made a thumbnail with him holding a lumpy pillow. I mean, maybe your mileage varies. Maybe it's not a consistent product. That could very well be possible. Maybe some people get some well-constructed pillows, and other people get a lumpy pillow. Oh yeah, I forgot all about that, Minty. That's how crazy the news is around here. Like, you forget about Mike Pillow and his, like, fucking raid and shit. Like we even had, like, him talking about it afterwards on camera. I can totally see that resulting in an inconsistent product. And if some people have had good experiences with the Mike Pillow, other people think it's lumpy, that would explain it. So Trump scheduled to speak at 8 o'clock. I don't know if they're playing music here.
So this is a very historic night. This is a very anticipated night. And just to let you know that this crowd is very vocal about their beliefs.
Lord, can you find out who they made their nominee?
So with that being said,
we never got to that.
Trump is expected to come on this stage, and he will be met with all kinds of different personalities in the crowd. Now, not your usual MAGA supporters and MAGA enthusiasts who come to his...
Oh, I don't like her voice.
This is a group of libertarians who want to put a candidate in office.
There's a take on a anarchist symbol in the logo.
We'll talk a lot about education reform and also being anti-war and
the librarian convention
of these libertarians here at this convention, and also the 700,000
these
libertarian voters across America who are registered to vote for this upcoming election.
That was on crack.
The libertarians.
No hate to the addicts, no.
In Washington, while they have over 120 elected offices.
I am very pro-drug.
They want a voice in
but everything in moderation, guys.
Trump's cabinet.
And if you feel like it's taking over your life, that's when you need to seek help.
Fights for their beliefs. Now, the Libertarian Party and the Conservative
do drugs responsibly.
Similarities, but there are some differences as well, and that's why the two sides are different is because there are some differences in their beliefs. So with that being said, it's going to be very interesting on this historic night, the first time
You should clinically.
Of a president.
I encourage you.
President, that is, but a presidential candidate from one of the two major parties.
Viva la Libertad.
Libertarian National Convention. In the front, you have a lot of libertarians.
I do not encourage you to sign up for free Trump book.
Venue. A lot of the libertarians near the front
Do not do free Trump book.
how they will vote, so you'll see them really getting animated tonight. Toward the back, you will see voters from the Libertarian Party who have decided who they will vote. They will vote for President Trump. You see a lot of MAGA hats and MAGA attire toward the back of the room. And so, again,
I'm scared to death of needles, and that's probably
see a lot of different personalities tonight. You're going to see
probably what has kept me from
junior supporters here tonight who I'm
freedom. We never got a presidential debate
as well across the room as we get closer to President Trump taking the stage, and I see security
Also, good evening, my friend.
even standing on chairs, so they have a good eye on this crowd.
But we should be just minutes away from Donald Trump.
Typical security measures to come inside through the mags and Secret Service screening.
Always like coming inside.
Inside, we have security.
Make sure that you
so they can get an overview of the crowd.
taking proper birth control.
So they're on the ground and also standing on chairs, just to give you an idea of what security.
Have your pets spayed or neutered.
A very vocal night. Buckle up, because it's
Buckle up, buckaroos.
something we haven't seen, if ever. Because when we usually go to a Trump rally or a Trump
This woman's voice.
President
She
Trump,
deserves a titty slap.
you see a lot of Republicans and a lot of conservatives who want a change for the positive. Someone who supports our Constitution, and someone who wants to raise your family in an America that your grandparents were raised in. Someone who believes in our Declaration of Independence, our First Amendment, our Second Amendment, 14th Amendment. It goes on and on. Just what our forefathers wanted for this country. Well, a lot of these libertarians want the same thing, but there are some differences again. And
Some of them are batshit crazy, is what you wanted to say.
if you're watching on YouTube, thanks for subscribing to
It sounds like she's being like really nasally.
Good to see you here with us on Right Side.
Good to see you here on Right Side Broadcasting.
Appreciate you being here. I spoke about this earlier, and I'll speak about it again because I don't think they could ever get enough praise and thanks. We are in the backyard of Arlington National Cemetery.
Apparently, some Americans
Men and women are buried who died
love a man who will just grab a woman by the pussy.
country. And so my thoughts and prayers are with all of the men
I
and women,
condemn sexual
family
assault.
members who have lost loved ones in combat. And, of course, thanks to the veterans who lost their lives defending our freedom. And visited Arlington National Cemetery many a times. And every time you go in, if you've never been, every time you step on the grounds there, the hair stands up on your arms, and you can just feel it in your heart and your soul. The sorrow, the sadness, but also the gratitude for the brave men and women who are buried there.
Well, I thought we were going through Metal Gear villains.
Families who mourn.
The sorrow and the sadness.
We're going to continue
The
to
pain.
crowds as we wait for
The fear.
Trump. Should be any minute now as we pass the top of the hour. It's 8 o'clock Eastern here.
It is 8:10. Almost.
Trump should be here any moment now.
Probably another 20, 30 minutes.
His campaign says he's ready.
This is not our first rodeo.
Bunch, this crowd, this group that he's not used to speaking in front of. But if anyone can handle
I'm going to refill my drink and I'm going to take a little pee-pee
booing or any
so I don't miss anything. I'll leave you guys with the
President Trump,
lady with the annoying voice.
we'll also see if he goes off script tonight. A lot of times,
Of course he will.
we love to hear him go off his speech, off topic, off prompter, because that's where his true personality comes out. That we love to see, that we love to hear, and so. We'll see tonight if he goes off prompter and talks more from the heart instead of a script. So it's all to be determined. We'll see, but we're just moments away. from President Trump. Any of the social media platforms, please continue to do so. Chime in, chat with me. Love getting to meet so many different people, especially in the last couple of months. You've really, been very communicating with me on social media, and I love interacting with all of you. If you're on Truth Social, it's just my first name, @Vanessa. If you're on Twitter, it is now X, formerly known as Twitter. It's @VanessaB News. And if you're on Instagram, it's @Vanessa Broussard News. I'll post some behind-the-scenes footage from tonight there on my social media platforms after this event concludes. So give me a follow. Let me know where you're watching from. Would love to connect with all of you. Join the conversation as well. You can always...
I have not known him to be on time for, like, his rallies and shit.
Sure to read your comments.
But, like, he was there for the debate on time.
Pictures, send them my way. Any unique stories, love to tell them here on Right Side. So join the conversation with me on social media, and we'll put you.
But his rallies,
here on
I think it's purposeful.
I'm excited to announce
Oh, goddamn.
huge My Pillow spring sale. And here's a few examples. Buy one of
That
our
was on
My
crack.
Pillow 2.0s. Get another My Pillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in.
So we'll hit the kill switch on the volume for Mike Lindell. I have no idea what happened to the presidential debate that was supposed to happen at 6 o'clock. It did not happen. It is 50% off if you use promo code RSBN. You can get them. You can get bed sheets for as low as $24.98. You can get you some Crocs for $25 a pair, and they come with free shipping. We cut back really fast. What in the fuck? Is this you too? I think this might be some kind of music that Right Side Broadcasting is. You know, I should ask Mike Lindell if he wants to advertise on the Troll Patrol. I'll cut him a pretty cheap deal. No. My fucking promo code. I cannot wait until I get to be a big enough streamer where I can have sponsored streams. My promo code will be iPussy. Promo code iPussy. And that's why I won't have any sponsors. Ain't nobody wants their products advertised next to somebody who says iPussy. You guys have tried to help me. You've told me to stop doing it. I wonder, he's pretty desperate at this moment in time. But I mean, I don't, if I had over 100 viewers. Yeah, I could sell myself. Matt Walsh said I was.
JustinFREAKIN is a formidable voice in the culture.
Destiny called me the Arsler. Bosch said I had a wicked sick aesthetic. I have to put Destiny calling me the Arsler in my YouTube trailer, don't I? with Bosch and Matt Walsh and the Surfs. I thought about doing it today, and I had something else I needed to do. I don't know what I'm condemning Bosch over, because probably Vosh has been nice to me. I don't know anything about his positions. Once again, I don't watch other streamers. Lowly horse porn, I don't. I encourage sexual anarchy, so. But like.
You live in sexual anarchy?
Plead the fifth on horse porn. I just feel like after yesterday's rant, I should shut up and not say anything. Goblin porn, that's different. Little green goblins, little ghouls. I mean, some people are into that. I don't want to yuck anyone's yum. See, that's different, Moggs. That puts a whole new light on it. Because, like, I could totally see Vosh being a brony or whatever. But, like, animated children's different. Don't, like, I always say, fuck children. Don't literally fuck children. Like, I dislike the little shits. Hadn't done that bit in a while. I'm horrible. No wonder they banned me from Twitch for a year. Some guy on Twitter was like, he made some comparison to Candace Owens, blah blah blah. And I'm like, I don't know shit about Candace Owens, dude. And he went and he looked up my YouTube. I've apparently made 4 videos about Candace Owens. 3 of them were like, one was her reacting to Saturday Night Live mocking her. The other 2 were like music reviews she did. It was like Taylor Swift and somebody else that she did music reviews of. Nabil, what's going on, my friend? Quesadilla, did I tell you good evening already? And then, like, she had said, like, Mein Kampf was a textbook. That was the other video I was making. Like, I was like, dude, like, me reacting to those 4 videos are probably the only 4 videos I've ever seen of Candace Owens in my life. I have no opinion on goblin kitty porn. No, like, I'm bad. Like, no, kitty porn is bad. But I have no opinion on the Vosh incident. Because I know nothing about it. I'm just clout chasing with my trailer. And every bigger streamer that has mentioned me, What did you clip this time? Like I always say, fuck children. Children's different. Why did you clip it like that? Why did you not include the rest of it? Damn it, Warlord. It's a funny joke. Are you on my side? Oh my god! That's not funny. I condemn Warlord talking about children being sweet.
He condemn.
All of you, calm down. I'll get you that, Warlord. I'll get you that. We have it in the Discord. Do you know how how hard it is to make emotes for Twitch? They want like 3 different sizes of them. I don't understand why you can't just upload the high quality version and then scale it down. It's kind of funky, so like I have to do actual work to produce Twitch emojis or emotes. Cause I've got more open slots. I owe you guys more content. I've got like fucking 6 or 7 of the animated GIFs or emotes or whatever the fuck they're called. Or the Animaniacs. We are awaiting Donald J. Trump. He was scheduled to speak 21 minutes ago. Should be here within the next 10, 15 minutes, I'd say. Feel like 30, 35. Once again, I feel like he does this on purpose. Like it's like the Rick and Morty episode where they go inside of the battery and they use the ramp off of the spaceship. You gotta do the slow ramp, Morty. Makes their dicks hard. Yes, now we can do twerking emotes. So we can do a wash your ass emote. Look for that soon.
Life is too short to walk this earth for a crusty asshole. Wash your ass.
I see. Yeah, they've reversed their stance on. Warlord keeps me updated on all of the. That's why I've been afraid to upload shit, because I got denied for so long on so many of my emotes. That's why you don't have a lot of things. I could never do, like, I've got like a little bong and it doesn't let me do that. Titty slap emote.
A titty slap!
Come on now.
We definitely need condemn. And I need to retool that and make it they condemn so I can use it more often. Yep. Well, they have reversed their twerking stance. You can now twerk in emotes. What a stupid rule. That's Twitch for you. Fuck Bezos. I am not high enough for this shit. Once again, totally on board with freeing the Ross Ulbricht guy. Probably saying his name wrong. The creator of Silk Road. They've been chanting that a lot this weekend. It didn't approve my Dan Crenshaw emote. There are some emotes that you have on YouTube that aren't on Twitch because Twitch wouldn't approve them. It's wild. I don't understand some of Twitch's rules, but they make a like you can't change your follower emotes if they reject one of your emotes. That's why I wanted to do them all at once. So any of them that get rejected, like, you know, and like I'll fix up my follower emotes exactly the way I want them. Because like it's like another 6 months you can't change your fucking follower emotes. Stupid ass fucking rules on Twitch. I'm sorry, Jeff. I have barely been back on here a month. I am so sorry to be yapping about how much Twitch sucks. But it's true. Fuck you, Bezos. I'm sorry, like Daddy Bezos. I will give them this. I've already made money again since being back on Twitch, so they have deposited money in my pocket. So that's cool. It's the cool thing about Twitch, because like I make on a good day $3 on YouTube. And that's fucking rare. It's usually under $1. It is, because you gotta play by the rules. I mean, that was one of the points that I made when I had the whole argument with Carter that one time. Is Carter big enough? Do I need to go back and cut up Carter fucking talking about me, or Xander? Are they big enough? I need to put in the YouTube trailer. When I had the whole thing with Carter, I was like, you are getting a service from Twitch. You don't feel like the 50-50 split is fair. But Twitch is, like, the way Carter was acting was like, Twitch isn't providing anything for you. And I'm like, no. Like, if you really wanted to do this, you can go host yourself. But like the value is not so much the hosting with Twitch, but that's a big part of it. I think the value to Twitch is the ability to grow and interact with an audience, that people can raid into you, that you have the interactive elements. Video streaming is not cheap as well, but it's Amazon. So they have their own servers, vast servers. It's not costing them what it would another third-party site. So that was it. Like that, when I was talking to him, I'm like, what is the value of what Twitch provides you on that end? They're taking care of your marketing, your hosting, all your IT problems. Because you could totally do this yourself, but then that is a cost to you. That's why Twitch is not a job. Or shouldn't be looked at as a career. Perhaps you could call yourself a content creator or a social media influencer. But then people that look at it as a job are setting themselves up for failure. Hassan is an influencer, a content creator. Twitch streamer is not his job. I'm a broadcaster and I'm utilizing Twitch as a tool. To look at it as a job is really just, it's setting yourself up for failure. It's falling into the pitfalls of the isolating yourself, streaming for hours and hours on end to maximize your earnings potential. Fucking Smokey, stop hitting the mic. I'm trying to succeed at this game without playing by its fucking rules. I personally like the gig economy. I was doing it long before, the COVID shutdown and shit, though. But I'm a different... Like, I like the freedom it gives me, and I have a unique skill that's in demand that I can market for a good price. Because it suits my way of doing things, like making just enough money to support myself and playing video games the rest of the time. AI is never going to be able to replace what I do. I don't think. I don't think it is ever going to be, at least in my lifetime, I don't think it can ever be as good as what I do. I think it's impossible. And also I think people crave authenticity. I think we're going to see a backlash against the cookie cutter generic content of YouTube and such. I'm gonna try to ride that wave. Perhaps there is. I showed Sparkles, and I don't even know if it was real. Somebody could have fucking made it up. It was like supposedly Google AI saying like, "Can you cook with gasoline?" And the Google AI is like, "No, you can't cook spaghetti with gasoline. But here's a recipe for spaghetti with gasoline." I could see it. My life has been made a little easier by what they call AI tools. On Photoshop and Premiere and After Effects and shit. But I don't think, like, a lot of my job now is getting fucking AI generated scripts and having to rewrite them. 'Cause they don't make any fucking sense. They are absolutely horrible. So I don't ever think AI is going to. They can't even write a proper script. How is it going to make a fucking video? People will be able to utilize AI. Good video editors will. And perhaps I should embrace that as I'm not doing currently. It's probably to my detriment, and I should probably get on that. That could be actually in the future. I need to utilize the AI models in order to set myself up for success in the gig economy market. I make fucking training videos for people. I make, social media ads. I edit people's audio and shit. There's so much that I provide that AI isn't going to be able to replace all of that. All of the value that I bring to the table. There's no possible way. Watch me have to eat my words on this. I don't even think they're really AI. Remember, we had this story about it was just Indian people in a call center. I think AI is a marketing term by tech bros. I don't think we actually have artificial intelligence. And also, I'm getting old. I'm 40 fucking years old as of Monday. I've got 20 more good years of earning potential ahead of me. Is AI going to be able to take can it take my job in the next 20 years? And the way I've lived my life and the way I eat, I made my own hot dog chili in the most fattening way possible, I'm sure. It was amazing. Oh shit, oh shit.
A beautiful crowd.
Hey, Angela.
Thank you guys.
Angela McArdle.
Here tonight.
You know, I also invited Joe Biden, and he did not attend.
Come on, man.
We have an incredible opportunity to.
It won't make the kind of hot dog chili I made.
Never in the history of the Libertarian Party has a former president and front-runner candidate for the presidency come to speak specifically to our concerns. Thank you all for making history with us. I want to continue this trend, so let's work towards that. I really appreciate you all. And without further ado, I would like to welcome to the stage the 45th President of the United States.
35 minutes on the head. Exactly like I said. Sorry, I gotta... Ow! 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 Fuck, Smokey. Just clawed the shit out of my leg. I will get copyright because of Lee Greenwood. It is indeed Lee Greenwood. There he is. There's his dumb red tie. From the shores of Oklahoma. I don't know the words. To the hills of Tennessee. Smokey did indeed get me. Exactly, Sassy. You hit it right when it said it. Here we go. This is the chorus. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. Yes, they are booing him. They're also chanting that Free Ross. And some of them are singing along. Yes, one of them said move to New Hampshire. We're at the bridge. And I'm proud to be an American. That's where the drums really kick in. They're chanting a lot of things. Defend her still today. I'm glad I get to do karaoke for you guys. That is the founder of Silk Road. Here you go.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, everybody, and thank you, Angela, for that introduction. And I am truly
Hell yeah, Angela.
invited here tonight as the first president in American history to address the Libertarian National Convention. Great honor. A lot of people ask why I came to speak at this Libertarian Convention, and you know, it's an interesting question, isn't it? But we're gonna have a lot of fun. Well, in the last year, I've been indicted by the government on 91 different things, so if I wasn't a libertarian before, I sure as hell am a libertarian now. And unlike Joe Biden, I don't throw
Even that got booed.
for disagreeing with me. I don't do that. I want to thank some people that have been really outstanding, and they are great libertarians and great people. Ambassador Rick Grinnell, Senator Mike Lee, Kash Patel, and Senate candidate who's going to win from Virginia, Hung Cao.
Hung Cow.
I also want to pay our deepest respects to the two young missionaries from Missouri, Davy and Natalie Lloyd that were viciously killed yesterday in Haiti. It was a horrible thing, and I just want to pay our respects to their families, their great families.
They shouldn't have been in Haiti.
It's very
Stupid missionaries.
What happened was so horrible. So, to Davy and Natalie, please, thank you very much.
Haiti is a failed state.
I'd also like to express
It is ran by gangs.
fierce
What did you expect?
freedom in this room. You are champions of freedom. You are indeed. And I'm here to talk to you about the rise of left-wing fascism.
It's kind of victim blaming. I'm sorry.
To defeat the corrupt and incompetent tyrant in the White House, crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of the United States.
Come on,
He
man.
is the worst president by far in the history of the United States. In fact, I would say that Jimmy Carter is very happy tonight because he goes down as being a brilliant president by comparison.
Left-wing fascism is an oxymoron.
Believes that we must fight for the same fundamental freedoms: freedom of expression, freedom of religion, freedom of the right to own a firearm, and freedom over taxation. Oh, that was interesting. Then you're going to like me, firearm, you're going to like me. Nobody better than me. And we just got the full NRA, the strongest endorsement they've ever given the NRA, so that's good. Freedom from over-regulation, freedom from government discrimination, and we believe that we do not have a free country if we do not have free speech, and very strongly.
That's a hell of a delay, Ida.
We stand opposed to government tyranny in all of its many forms. We are opposed to a government that spies on political campaigns. I wonder who that might be. Like they did on me, spies on the American people, censors us, and crushes the rights of its own citizens, which the Biden administration does. We want government out of our business, out of our wallets, and out of our lives. That's what we want. We believe that Marxism is an evil doctrine straight from the ashes of hell. Having Marxism in our government is intolerable, and teaching
Makes it sound so cool.
is considered to us child abuse. We believe that the job of the United States military is not to wage endless regime change wars around the globe, senseless wars. The job of the United States military is to defend America from attack and invasion here at home. We believe that property rights are fundamental to a free society and that Joe Biden's rampant inflation is a monstrous theft from the American people. It's a theft. We believe that the greatest threat to our country is not from enemies abroad. It's the tyrants, communists, fascists, and thugs attacking our rights and liberties from within. And above all else, we live by the words of the great American patriot, Patrick Henry, give me liberty or give me death.
I thought he was going to say Jesus. Great American Jesus.
Our rights and freedoms have never been more in danger than they are right now. That is why I have come to extend a hand of friendship to ask for your partnership to defeat communism, defeat Marxism, and defeat crooked Joe Biden, who is destroying our country. He's destroying our country. We can be libertarian or anything else. This man is destroying our country. Thank you.
I think they're chanting in the Fed. In the Fed. In the Fed.
Why is it?
I think they were chanting Free Ross at first.
Tonight. You know why? Why isn't he? Because he can't put two sentences together. That's why he's not here. The fact is, we should not be fighting each other. If Joe Biden gets back in, there will be no more liberty for anyone in our country. Combined with us in a partnership, we're asking that of the libertarians. We must work together Combine with us. You have to combine with us. We cannot give crooked Joe Biden 4 more years.
G. Disarray, welcome.
Crooked Joe Biden 4 more years. Today's radical left Democrat Party is not a Democrat Party of years ago, which still wanted big government, but at least believed in tolerance and free speech. Joe Biden's radical left Democrat Party is a fascist movement that wants to throw you in jail. If you post a meme they don't like, they want to throw you in jail if you say something that isn't quite to their liking. What you're witnessing under Biden is a toxic fusion of the Marxist left, the deep state.
Get your ivermectin Z-Pack and more.
The government
MakeCareGreatAgain.com.
And their partners all merging together into a hideous perversion of the American system. And that's exactly what it is. The fact is that Joe Biden is a threat to democracy.
Come on, man.
My mission is to liberate our nation from these fascist frauds and to rescue our democracy, to restore our republic, and to evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House so that America can be a free nation once again. He's the worst in history. The Biden regime censors its critics, spies on its opposition, takes away the bank accounts of U.S. citizens as an extra form of punishment, persecutes Christians and patriotic parents, and is currently trying to put the leading candidate for president in jail. That happens to be me. While imposing a strict
Just happens to be him.
to keep me from talking about their crimes and their unconstitutional acts. They want to get rid of the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, due process, the right to a fair trial, and the right to counsel, all the while pushing wealth confiscation and waging endless and unnecessary wars all over the globe. Anyone can talk about defending freedom, but I've actually put everything on the line to resist these despots and these stuff.
Despots.
And I stand before you tonight as your best hope of defeating the weaponized Biden and the very evil regime that his people, because it's probably not him because he doesn't know where the hell he is, but that his people are pursuing. You can make the difference. The Libertarian Party can make a big difference. The Libertarian Party can
Only you can prevent Joe Biden.
make America freer than ever before for citizens of all backgrounds and all walks of life. We can unleash new hope, optimism, and energy. We can release limited government so that the people can have an unlimited future. United, we will be unstoppable. If we unite, we are unstoppable. I will be a true friend to libertarians in the White House. And I am proud to be the only president in 70 years who started no new wars. I took on the military-industrial complex. I broke the stranglehold on neocons and warmongers on the
You got cheered.
Party. And instead of war, I made peace in the Middle East, something nobody thought was possible.
That did not happen, sir.
Of North Korea, where a nuclear war was guaranteed to start in a very short period of time if Hillary Clinton became president. You know, that would have been a nuclear war 100%. And you would
100%.
The October 7th.
An 80% war.
In Israel would have never happened. And the attack in Ukraine by Russia would never, ever have happened. Wouldn't have happened. Hundreds of thousands and even millions of people would be living today. I unbound the United States from globalist agreements that surrendered our sovereignty. I withdrew from the Paris Accord. I withdrew from the anti-gun UN arms treaty. And I withdrew from the corrupt and very expensive World Health Organization. Not a good thing. I passed the most significant, and this is so important, but I passed the most significant criminal justice reform in history. And perhaps my proudest accomplishment is to have exposed the depth of corruption in the Washington swamp. Thanks to me, the entire world knows that the deep state is real, and the lamestream media is fake. It's fake.
It seems like he's going through everything really fast.
A great libertarian who may very well be in the
FreeTrumpBook.com.
But he's a great libertarian, DeRoy Murdoch, who I've become friends with through his writings in the American Spectator and numerous other places.
Did you say Roy D. Mercer?
In which he mentions just some of the things that make me a libertarian without even trying to be one. That's nice. DeRoy wrote, Trump will address the Libertarian Party and its national convention on Saturday. The Libertarian Party should nominate Trump for President of the United States. Whoa. That's nice. That's nice.
What?
Only if you want to win.
Whoa. Is he trying to move in on the Libertarian ticket too?
Maybe you don't want to win.
He doesn't want a Libertarian to run.
Thank you. No, only do that if you want to win. If you want to lose, don't do that. Keep getting your 3% every 4 years. The reasons for doing so, policy and politics, are as solid as the Hope Diamond. DeRoy says this event is very unprecedented, he said. As the Cato Institute president, Peter Gotler, observed in Thursday's Washington Post, it will be the first time in U.S.
Those little hands.
First time in U.S. history that a presidential candidate of a rival party will address the convention of a party that is presumably gathering to nominate its own candidate. Now I think you should nominate me, or at least vote for me, and we should win together. You heard those words. Nominate me or vote. Vote.
Is this why we didn't have the debate?
The Libertarians want to vote for me, and most of them will. And it's very important. Because we have to get rid of the worst president in history. And together we will. And without it, there's a risk that we could have 4 more years. We won't have a country left. So what is the purpose of the Libertarian Party getting 3%? What is the reason to take a chance of having this horrible president destroy our country, which he will do in far less than 4 years? It's not going to take 4 years.
This is amazing.
That's why I'm committing to you tonight that I will put a libertarian in my cabinet and also libertarians in senior posts.
He's trying to clear the field.
Pretty good.
Wow.
That's pretty big. Or you can keep going the way you have for the last long decades and get your 3% and
antagonizing them.
3%. No, you want to make yourself winners. It's time to be winners. You have a lot of common sense. It's time to be a winner. So I'm asking for the well, think of it. I'm asking for the Libertarian Party's endorsement, or at least lots of your votes, lots and lots of.
When he says Libertarian, he probably means Vivek.
My 4-year, very outstanding presidential record. Much of my record is Libertarian. As an example, DeRoy. Thank you. Hey, where is DeRoy? Is he here?
DeRoy.
Where are you? He's great. I like DeRoy. I've liked him for a long time, and he is a libertarian. Thank you, DeRoy. Thank you. DeRoy.
Mike Lee. He might make Mike Lee like Secretary of State or some shit.
The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was America's largest infusion of tax relief. That's the largest tax relief ever. It sliced individual tax rates for all taxpayers and slashed corporate tax rates from a punishing 35% to a globally competitive, and much more than that, only 21%, way down. It was the largest tax cut
Disposable thumb.
in the history of our country. Now you can like it or you don't have to like it. Immediate expensing of business equipment and other reductions fueled the best economy that our country has ever had. For 4 years, we had the best economy our country has ever had. Black and Hispanic unemployment reached the best levels in history.
No, this isn't true. It's now.
Unseen before. Black poverty collapsed to record lows. And all of the things, income inequality shrank, and it shrank.
No, it did not.
Witnessed. Between 2016
continue to rise.
and 2019, real median household income grew. These were the Trump years. 16.4%, the highest ever, to almost $10,000 per family. Think of that.
Those numbers didn't make any sense.
Trump cut red tape as never before. He promised to kill 2 old regulations for every new one. And in fact, he ended up actually scrapping 8 for 1. And he was going to 12 to 1 and doing numbers that were unbelievable. Thank you, DeRoy.
They are unbelievable.
I'm actually just quoting from the article that came out today from DeRoy Murdoch. He said, number 3, Trump fully restrained inflation. We had practically none. Prices were rising just 1.4% as he left office. And this was a fraction of the 9% inflation that lying Joe Biden repeatedly claims Trump handed him. No, he said we handed him. No, it went up to 9% after he took over the White House and created all the inflationary acts. He did a horrible job. The 30-year mortgage rate, as Trump departed, was 2.7% versus the almost 9% today. And you, by the way, even if you pay 9%, you can't get any money. There's no money available. Trump's drill, baby, drill approach fostered energy independence, which we've never had before.
We are producing more oil and gas now than any country in the history of the world.
Have now skyrocketed. They have skyrocketed to levels never seen. Inflation has hit us harder than it's probably ever hit us before, and people are suffering because of it. Trump promoted parental rights and school choice. Trump's education department repealed the so-called guidance letter that turned on-campus sexual harassment accusations into...
Does he look mad?
...criminal convictions. You know all about that. Who else would do that for you? Trump restored due process to the...
He's more fired up than usual.
He said,
or at least this time around.
...for your children. I know
he's been pretty deflated.
What they've gone through with that is they've gone through hell. In a powerful blow, Trump required universities to respect the First Amendment lest they lose their federal funds. I said, you don't respect the First Amendment, we're taking away all of your federal funding. Trump torpedoed
Speaking of First Amendment,
individual mandate and got rid of
if you're watching on Twitch
medical price trade
and you're not subbed, you're gonna get some ads. I'm gonna cut Trump off for a little bit.
And compare costs and
I gotta hit him for you.
It's happened, and it's
feel like this is a good down moment
of drugs and everything related to drugs and medical care at levels not seen before. This will soon be happening. The competition is now slowing what were ballooning healthcare expenses. Trump signed right to try. Terminally ill patients now can receive experimental and possibly life-saving treatments. And when at death's door, what do these suffering Americans...
Now, there's some of that red tape that did need to be cut through.
They are so thousands and thousands of people are now living because of right to try. Trump nominated some 300 constitutionalist federal judges, a record, including a seldom-seen 3 Supreme Court justices in one presidential term.
That was unprecedented.
Very rarely seen before, if ever. Trump canceled and
I don't think so.
Federal diversity, equity, and inclusion programs and other state-funded racism schemes. The VA Mission Act, which Trump signed, lets military veterans receive federally funded medical care in the private sector if delays prevent their treatment in VA hospitals. In other words, if they're delayed, they can go out and get a private doctor. We pay the bill.
That is good. I got a friend that's
a private doctor. They get better. People were waiting online for 2 months, 3 months, 5 months.
a disabled vet.
And
He took advantage of that.
Trump signed a measure that streamlined dismissals of federal bureaucrats who abuse America's beloved veterans. He got NATO countries to pay hundreds of billions.
That sounds right, Joey.
Protection. The only president
It came into effect under Trump.
what we were forced to pay. We got them to pay, other nations to pay hundreds of billions of dollars that they weren't paying. No other president was able to do that, reducing very substantially what we paid. During the Trump administration, we had peace through strength, no wars other than the complete and total destruction of ISIS. And DeRoy ended by saying that most
Were you still talking about DeRoy?
This is a non-exhaustive roster of accomplishments like no other, that it truly shines. So again, DeRoy, thank you very much. DeRoy Murdoch, I appreciate it.
DeRoy wrote his speech.
Written that better. And as you say, there were many other things we did that were quite libertarian also. So
DeRoy Jenkins.
It's a great article. Thank you. DeRoy Murdoch, thank you. When I return to the White House, we will break the deep state grip on our democracy once and for all. I did far more than any other president.
There were a lot of wars going on.
For example, I inherited James Comey, a terrible, terrible person from the Obama.
The Yemeni people might say that
Early on, I fired him, and lots
Trump at least fostered the start of another war.
to thousands and thousands of corrupt and unnecessary people throughout our government. And now we are going to finish the job. We will root out the sickness that has taken over our Justice Department, our FBI, and other agencies. Our goal will be nothing less than the rebirth of fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. Since the day he took office, Joe Biden...
Oh yeah, I forgot about that some.
Political dissidents, including conservatives, Catholics, and other Christians and opponents of his weaponized state. Right now, the Biden DOJ is trying to put Christians in prison for 11 years for the crime of singing hymns. The moment I win the election, I will appoint a special task force to rapidly review the cases of every political prisoner who has been unjustly persecuted
In January 6th.
so that I can sign their pardons or commutations on day one.
Free Ross, free Ross, free Ross, free Ross.
And I will ensure that libertarians are
into it.
to lead that task force. You'll be on that task force, many of you. As everyone knows, it will be my great honor to pardon the peaceful January 6 protesters, or as I often call them, the hostages. They're hostages.
They're not hostages.
There's never been a group of people treated so harshly or unfairly in our
It is
country.
so wrong.
This abuse will be rectified, and it will be rectified very quickly. And if you vote for me on day one, I will commute
Free hat, free hat.
to a sentence of time served.
Hey, good on you, Trump, if you do it. Ask Julian Assange how good your word is.
He's already served 11 years. We're going to get him home. We're going to get him home. I'm proud that I have put forward a detailed plan to smash the censorship and industrial complex and restore free speech. On day one, I will sign an executive order banning federal agencies
Ban the wokes.
to censor the lawful speech of American citizens.
We'll see who cancels who.
And we will remove the rogue bureaucrats who conspire to take away your First Amendment freedoms. We will do that quickly. I will once again slash a record number of liberty-destroying regulations. I will stop Joe Biden's plan for the largest tax.
Joe Biden.
The largest tax increase in the history of our country. And I will end that. And I will make the Trump tax cuts the biggest in the history of our country. We will make them permanent tax cuts.
The logo does look like Trump's hair.
Biden inflation tax.
Comb over.
Tax by which crooked Joe Biden is printing trillions and trillions of dollars and plundering it for the cronies and political friends that he's got all over Washington. And we will cancel the Green New Deal, which is the Green New Scam. It's a big scam.
What Green New Deal?
We will terminate Crooked Joe's insane electric vehicle mandate. And we're going to bring your energy costs down by 60 and 70% because we will drill, baby, drill.
We produce more oil and gas
Eliminate illegal government
than
discrimination.
any time in history,
Society based on individual rights and individual merit.
except for the LGBTQ community, minorities, immigrants, women. In the Fed. Did you say it?
Thank you. And I will also stop Joe Biden's crusade to crush crypto. We're going to stop it. I will ensure that the future of crypto and the future of Bitcoin will be made in the USA, not driven overseas. I will support the right to self-custody.
In the bed.
Million crypto
Robots, welcome in.
I will keep Elizabeth
Robots go boop.
and her goons away from your Bitcoin. And I will never allow the creation of a central bank digital currency.
That's a crowd pleaser.
I will also immediately end the humanitarian disaster on our southern border. We will end it quickly. You cannot have capitalism and all
Zeodeuk?
borders because you will soon.
Did I nail it? I probably fucked it completely up. Welcome in, my friend.
And finally, you will be a failed nation. By ending the border crisis, which we will do immediately, we will save freedom, prosperity, and capitalism in America.
I think he's wrapping up.
Arrive at the Oval Office shortly after we win the presidency. I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled, so we quit spending hundreds of billions of dollars to fight other people's wars, and so that we start immediately saving thousands and thousands of lives. And I am committed to restoring peace and restoring stability and to stopping Joe Biden's march to World War III. You know you're being led right into World War III. You know that. You're going to have World War III, and it will be a war like no other because of the weaponry, the massive weaponry. It will be a war like
That does kind of suck.
We will stop it, and I'm the only one that's going to be able to stop it. I will protect American sovereignty from the creeping hands of global government. And as we speak, Joe Biden's minions are in Geneva, secretly negotiating to surrender more of our liberty to the World Health Organization. Drafts of the agreement show that they want to subjugate
That's a crowd pleaser.
foreign nations, attack free speech, empower the World Health Organization to redistribute American resources. They're going to take our money and send it all over the world to other countries that we need for our own citizens in the event of a pandemic. And it can happen again. I am hereby demanding that Joe Biden submit these monstrosities to the Senate as treaties. They have to be submitted as treaties because he cannot be allowed to do that. Destroy our country, he is. If he does not, I will rip them up and throw them out
Did like a Yoda.
of the Trump administration.
Destroy the country, he is.
We will cut federal funding for any school pushing Marxist and communist race and gender theories on our children. We will keep men out of women's sports. And I will not give one penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate.
Jesus!
We will shut down our out-of-control federal Department of Education and give it back to the states and local governments.
What mask mandates?
I will return power to the states, local governments, and to
We
the
hope,
American
Snicks.
people. I am a believer in the 10th Amendment. I will always defend religious liberty and the right to keep and bear arms. And I will secure our elections. So in conclusion, to every freedom lover here today in
Get your ivermectin Z-Pack.
across our land, I say,
Make care great again, God.com.
freedom itself is at stake. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. So if you want to strike a blow against the corrupt system in Washington, if you want to send a message to all of the people who want to take away your
They've been pretty split.
then right now, in this election, we need your help. We need your support. When I'm in the White House, you will always find an open door to the Oval Office. Together, we are taking on some of the most menacing forces and vicious opponents our people have.
I think he's going to offer Kennedy a spot.
How hateful or corrupt the communists and criminals we're fighting are, and they are vicious and they are corrupt. You must never forget, this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. Belongs to you.
I feel like the crowd is split.
This is your home. This is your heritage. And our American liberty is your God-given right. 2024 is our final battle. With your help, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists.
He's too lefty on the EPA.
Communist, Marxist, and fascist. We will throw off the sick political...
That's something he's good about.
And we will drain the swamp, and we will restore and rescue our country from these tyrants and villains once and for all.
I said Health and Human Services.
Ladies and gentlemen, the great liberation of America begins on November 5th, 2024. It will be the most important day in the history of our country, and the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. I want to thank you. I want your support. And again, you can either nominate us and put us in the position or give us your votes.
So this is why we haven't had the debate.
Or give us your votes. But we want libertarian votes because you stand for what we stand for, and don't waste a vote. And don't allow the worst president in the history of our country to come back and do the final destruction of America. Thank
Yeah, I think that's what we're thinking, sir.
God bless you. God bless you.
Dun, 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 dun. I feel like the crowd was pretty split, so do we get a debate now? We're going to stick with it as long as this goes on. If we get a presidential debate after this, fantastic. I'm here for it. The presidential debate and the vote was supposed to happen before the Trump speech. Apparently, Trump got to our girl Angela. They've kind of wore themselves out. They're not really doing anything right now. It's kind of silent. It's really just, well, this is Sly and the Brother Stone. Do you guys...
Tonight, I'm Vanessa Broussard with Right Side Broadcasting Network. It has been a pleasure to be here with you. President Trump speaking for about 45 minutes. He did address freeing Ross Ulbright from prison, freeing Julian Assange, defending the Second Amendment, peace, not war, abolishing the deep state, stopping runaway inflation, ending the Fed, and no more foreign aid. This is just a few of the topics President Trump spoke about tonight. Music to the ears of these libertarians. We saw a lot of applause for the president.
I don't think that was her name. She's very annoying.
For the policies, not directly at going towards President Trump, but more toward the policies. But this is the Libertarian National Convention. President Trump knew coming in that this would be a rowdy bunch, and they were, but a lot of great cheers for the president tonight and a lot of MAGA supporters here as well. We want to thank our sponsors, of course, Birch Gold Group. Always great to work with them. We highly recommend the Birch Gold Group.
I don't think it's exactly an anarchy symbol, but it's a take on it.
$4 trillion, causing many to worry when the house of cards will come crashing down. Don't worry no more. Text the word
House of Cards. I think I
98. Get your free
used to
information
watch
kit.
that show.
You can convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. It doesn't cost you a penny out of pocket. Text the word Trump to 989898 with the Birch Gold Group. The Wellness Company. We don't have a healthcare system in this country. We have a sick care system. Pharmaceutical companies make billions, that's billions with a B, every single year off of sick Americans. So make sure you go and visit MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Use the code RSBN at purchase for $45 off and free shipping.
Yeah, Angela, tell us what's going on.
Of course, free Trump book. Go to freetrumpbook.com. That's
I don't know that Right Side Broadcasting is going to stay with him.
about President Trump and his policy. freetrumpbook.com. All you have to do is pay a small shipping and processing. Angel Pace, hello to this company from Texas. Angel Pace Miracle Cream, transforming the health of your skin naturally. Not only is it made in
No, we want to hear what Angela is saying.
sourced in the USA.
We want to know who the Libertarian
America First by
presidential candidate is going to be.
any cream on the market. Trust us when we say you need this in your cabinet at your house. Many customers have reported
Something is going on over here in the other feed from the Libertarian Party.
healing of burns and bruises. Give them a try today. This is for men and women, teenagers. They'll love it. Angelpace.com. Type in the promo.
This is a live shot.
10% off.
We got this dude over here with his computer.
Tax Network USA. Let the professionals handle your back taxes for you. Let them handle your extensions if you find
So this is a live shot.
get you on the right track.
Hopefully we're going to get
Discourage you. With over
at least the presidential vote.
Tax Network USA has saved their clients over $1 billion in tax and back taxes. That
Is it going to be
negotiating with the IRS?
Kennedy? Is it going to be Trump? Did Trump swoop in?
357-1415. That's 1-800-357-1415. Or you can
Angel come?
.com/RSBN, TNUSA.com.
Sounds heavenly.
RSBN. Thanks so much for watching on this Saturday night from the
You
Libertarian
live in
National
sexual
Convention in
anarchy?
Washington, D.C. Saturday night has concluded with President Trump. The convention will wrap up for the weekend and for the year tomorrow here at the Hilton in Washington, D.C. But all in all, a wonderful night, a rowdy bunch, but they did what they were told to do by the party, by their leaders here in the Libertarian Party, to be respectful of the president, and it's okay to have different views.
She said they're wrapping up.
Before President Trump,
I think they're wrapping up. I think the Libertarians are going to do something maybe.
Like the views of someone else from a different party. But that'll do it for us here from the Hilton. I'm Vanessa Broussard with Right Side Broadcasting.
Vanessa Broussard.
Wonderful night.
With Right Side Broadcasting. Yeah, she's been really annoying.
Your Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets...
So, I've got the... This is the Libertarian Party live feed, live shot. I don't know if we're getting a debate, a vote. We're supposed to find out who their candidate is for president. We got to vote for vice president last night. I want to be here for it. And we did not vote for the winning candidate, apparently. Yeah, I cannot. I'm still in disbelief that Larry Sharpe lost to Clint Russell. I don't know that he's a skinhead, but he definitely was bald. It looked like he had eye makeup on. He kind of looked like Rob Halford. I'm talking about him like he's dead or something. He's very much the Libertarian vice presidential candidate. I don't know who this guy is. I feel like he's a character actor in some shit I've seen. He's like the brother-in-law that comes over for dinner. And we got Jim Ross down here. Bottom right-hand corner. By God! I had never heard of either of the guys. Clint Russell beat Larry Sharpe. Larry Sharpe was a smooth talker, I'm telling you, but he was black. He lost to the bald, Rob Halford looking guy. That sounds right. He was very much in the conspiracy world. He became a libertarian by listening to podcasts. It's literally what he said. Every which also I will take Larry to task while he spoke about the realistic expectations of the Libertarian Party and what he would be able to accomplish for them. He also measured success by being on like Brett Baer. He was on Martha McCowan on Saturday morning. That was a measure of success for him. I get to be on the when I was I liked his point about he went on Joe Rogan and he gained all kinds of followers, but he didn't raise any money. But when he went on Dave Rubin, much smaller audience. But they're rubes. They're fucking marks. And he made a lot more money. He was able to fundraise a lot more money off of Dave Rubin. I thought that was, of course, that makes perfect sense. Dave Rubin's followers are fucking stupid. They are gullible. That's the people that watch Right Side Broadcasting are gullible. That's the ones buying gold and My Pillows. Fucking what was the name of that beer? The non-woke beer they came out with? Is that the fucking libertarian candidate? Because that would make sense. But I don't want to call the dude throw a slander at him if it's not the same guy. I could see Clint Russell being a very common name, but I could also see that being a charge leveled at a motherfucker that is at the Libertarian National Convention. I really hope we get some presidential debate, but I thinking it may not happen. Let me I do not trust that the Libertarian Party has updated their Twitter. Oh, They have. They've talked all about the Trump speech. Okay, it's saying the presidential debate happened 12 hours ago. It was scheduled for 6 a.m. this morning.
A counterfeiting machine that's stealing our wealth through a tax called inflation. A third of our federal budget is going to warfare in countries most of us couldn't point out on the map.
I want to point out that this is their presidential debate. It was scheduled for 6 o'clock. So it actually took place at like 9 o'clock this morning. This is the Libertarian feed. It doesn't even start at like the beginning.
And that we need planning and harvesting, take their money back home instead of staying stuck here on the welfare programs. That is a true immigration policy that supports the free movement of people. The free movement of people, goods, and capital is a libertarian ideal.
I bet Trump made him move it.
Against the statists and those who say that we can't have a sensible immigration policy in this country.
So yes or no, open borders or not?
A border that allows anybody to move
Yes or
through.
no, open borders or not?
Do you want to build a wall? I don't want to build a wall.
I don't want to
within the
build a
domain.
wall, but it sounds like you want an open border.
See, this is the fun shit.
Where people who are peaceful can freely move.
Is that a yes? Or is that
in
no?
line with our plank of our party, yes. I support the free movement of people, goods, and capital across
movement of
borders.
people.
Yes.
Let's define open borders. So basically, open borders would be someone shows up to the facility, they get an ID, we fingerprint them or whatever, and then they're free to go.
Yeah, so long as they're not wanted for a crime that requires us to exercise extradition. If they are, and they feel they're a political prisoner, that's when you apply for asylum. But right now, we have thousands and thousands and thousands of people applying for asylum because it's the only way they know how. If we simplified the process, you wouldn't have this gunk up in the courts, and you would have free movement.
It's not all the libertarians' position.
Peaceful people. 40% of the people in this country can identify a relative that came through Ellis Island. This country was built by immigrants. We need to facilitate that and to let the free market be free.
Kinda. I mean, in terms of immigrants.
Line this way.
Sure. So I'm a states' right guy, and I think that states should have a right to determine who it is that they want in their states. But where I believe in libertarianism is that
low-key racist.
You know, I've treated a lot of persons from across this world, and a lot of persons that came up from Central America, and these are good people, and I agree wholeheartedly. Most of the persons that are coming into this country are not bad individuals. We just happen to have a system right now where social services are just giving out hand over fist products and goods to persons who couldn't get it in their homeland, and they're looking for a better way of life. Right? And we are a party that believes in individual rights and taking care of people and freedoms and personal autonomy. So deny these people the ability to come get a better way of life is completely antithetical to what it is that we all espouse here in this room. So what do I think needs to happen? I think we need to change the tax code. I think we need to make it so that if someone's coming into the system, they can pay into the system. It's asinine to think that you can come into the United States of America right now and you want to work, but you can't, and you can't legally. And so now you have persons that maybe on the other side of the aisle that say,
good on him,
you're taking what I want, what I've paid for. So if we made this whole system easier, people would be accepted, and we can make it so that person could come across the border, and they can produce things, and they can be beneficial to our society. Absolutely. So I think we need to change. While we're going about saying that we need to open borders or close borders, we need to fix the system right now that's in place, which is primarily how we go about giving out social
I wish Vermin was there.
To be cut.
Might have to.
Lars?
I don't know about you, but I'm tired of watching mothers and children crawl under barbed wire across rivers. I'm tired of families being separated and children being trafficked across our border. And the reason for this is the failed freaking drug war.
That's a part of it.
We gave a monopoly to the cartels who are trafficking humans across our border. There's only one function of the Border Patrol, and that is to keep bad people out and let good people in. We need to end the chaos at the border. The chaos at the border is caused by the Democrats and the Republicans who don't want to do anything about it. Because they are using that to fundraise. They are using that to divide America. Why don't they offer actual freaking solutions?
Freaking solutions.
We need to end the wealth.
DJ Dub, I agree with a lot of them.
Come and get free stuff.
They just come to the wrong conclusions.
But we also need to allow the free movement of people so that we can have the workers that we need. I live in an area where there is a lot of migrant workers. I live in an area where there's a lot of high-tech workers. It's very difficult to get jobs because the freaking federal government is in the way. Let the market work.
Kind of.
Michael?
Oh, wait, am I done?
Oh, you?
I got one more thing.
Okay.
You live in sexual
we have 21
anarchy.
visas currently in order to get into the United States. We need to reduce this down to 3 very simple things. You want to be a visitor, you want to be a worker, or you want to be an immigrant. Let people come, and then let corporations back those people, find them jobs, get them working in America, and becoming productive members of society.
Broadly, I agree with that. A little more to it.
It's no secret that we have a humanitarian crisis regarding immigration. This crisis has been caused by several factors. First of all, the war on drugs. The war on drugs has led to immigrants bringing not only drugs into the country illegitimately in the sense that they are not labeled, they are not properly the drugs are not properly given information as to what is.
You can do it, boy.
And so forth. It's also caused by the foreign interventionism of the United States, which has displaced millions of people around the world. It's also caused by trade barriers, which have caused companies to move their to not produce in those countries where those people live. People like their homes generally. The problem is we've had trade barriers that restrict production and make it difficult for people to get jobs where they live.
I'm not really pro outsourcing.
There's one more factor
that's what that sounded like.
Exacerbated this crisis, and that is the administration of social welfare to incoming immigrants. This is a fact that we must face. This has artificially incentivized people to immigrate. It has distorted the market, if you will, and I hate to talk in market terms and when people are involved, but nevertheless, it has distorted the market for immigration, unduly incentivizing people to come here. Like everything else in my campaign, I am for the privatization of immigration. Everything should be privatized. So I call for a invitation-based immigration system in which
it is a horrible idea.
And then those sponsors, they take out, they assume liability for those immigrants. This is not an illiberal this is not an illiberal plan.
Getting booed. This guy loves him.
Because it'll actually bring more immigrants into the country and give them a place to work, a place to live, and so forth.
Place to eat their porridge.
I don't like the bifurcation, the false dichotomy of open borders versus...
We need more judges and lawyers.
And I think this is a mischaracterization.
Processing the cases.
Nobody here is calling for shutting people out from the country. What we're saying is, what is the best way to bring it about? What is the best way to administer it? Privatize it. Everything should be privatized, including immigration.
He's getting angry. Oh, he's crossing his arms. I can't wait to hear.
Sometimes I think as libertarians, we forget that we have 2 ears and 1 mouth. We're up here today to try and govern a nation that deserves to have a sovereign nation. 12% of the population of the United States today can hardly put food on the table. The Federal Reserve is a giant counterfeiting machine that's stealing our wealth through a tax called inflation. A third of our federal budget is going to war.
Privatize immigration is a horrible idea.
And we're worried about everybody else in the world except for Americans. It's absolutely asinine to me. We've got to come up with a plan to take care of America first. I've called myself the America First Libertarian. I know a lot of people might hear that and be upset about it, but it's the truth. Look, we're trying to govern a nation. We're trying to run for president. We have people out there that have fears. They're worried about how they're going to put food on the table. The middle class is disappearing at an expansive rate. It's getting insane to watch to try and feed your children today. Our food bill has gone from $800 a month to almost $2,000 a month in the last 4 years. We are full. America's full. He is
a little pudgy.
We've got to worry about Americans first. It's very important. If you want to be a sovereign nation, you cannot flood the borders. 1.7 million.
I feel like it wouldn't be that hard to get up on that stage.
Flooded the border of Poland. We had 6 million flood our border in Texas last year. It's time to change. Thank you.
Let's hear what this dude's got to say. He's angry. Oh.
That's some serious bullshit right there.
Whoa!
The truth of the matter is that immigration is good for America. It has been good for America for over 300 years. It is one of the things that not only defines America, but distinguishes us from other modern democracies around the world. It makes us stronger economically. It makes us stronger culturally, socially, and it even makes us stronger fiscally, as long as you don't do something stupid like pass out free money as people are coming across the border.
Whoa, what?
You heard something that wasn't quite true a few minutes ago. You heard someone say that there's no one up here for a closed border and to shut people out. That's not true. We've got a couple of guys right here with the idea of closing the border to future Americans, to Americans who just haven't checked in yet. We want a system whereby which people can get in here absolutely.
And let them work.
We want people to get in here as quickly as possible. That means deploying the right technology to the border to make sure, as Chase said, that you don't have someone coming in with a felony warrant in some nation for doing something weird. Other than that, we should be welcoming people into the United States.
What does a libertarian consider weird?
This is what makes America great.
6 million last year wasn't rapidly enough?
We want people coming into the United States, building families, building our economy, bringing their entrepreneurial spirit. This is what sets us apart. It is true that I have been to the border where you guys have not been. I have seen human trafficking with my own 2 eyes. I know how dangerous it is. I know it needs to be shut down. That can be done with modern technology. But this idea of waiting for some American to invite people in order to be inside of the United States, we can't have it. I'm here to invite the entire nation of Cuba into my state.
Hell yeah. Freedom, that was the first round of questions in the presidential debate. This was earlier this morning.
Okay, thank you.
It's been wild.
Foreign policy here.
It was immigration.
Everyone on the stage is against most foreign aid, but I want people to make a judgment call here. And so the question is the Israeli government an ally or an adversary to the American people? Not the American government, but to the American people. Let's start with Mike and come down.
This Mike?
Yes.
Super. The Israeli government is a sovereign nation that deserves to have an independent foreign policy, and so do we. We can no longer be linked to someone else's good ideas or bad ideas. We need to stop the idea of spreading foreign aid around the world and then expecting other people to do what it is that we want them to do. I predict by the end of 2024, not only will the American people make their voice clear that we recognize foreign aid to be a stupid idea, but I further predict that the nation of Israel will foster a government that makes the same damn decision, that it is no longer in their interest to maintain a relationship with Washington. Washington does a lot of stupid things. Let's be honest. But at the top of that list is developing relationships around the world that try to impose on the American people treaties that we recognize do not align with our values. It does not align with your principles and values to send your children and your trillions of dollars to defend Europe against a Russian army that we should no longer fear the way that we did 30 years ago, just because our Western allies refuse to spend as much a proportion of their GDP on defense as we do. This is a stupid policy. It is a stupid policy for us to be fostering a war in Ukraine. We need to bring that to a close as quickly as possible. It is not in our interest to continue to send the signal around the world that we are prepared to go to war over microchips to maintain a relationship with China and Taiwan. This is completely stupid. And so the answer regarding Israel is the Israeli people are absolutely allies of ours, and their government needs to be independent from ours.
But is their government an ally of ours? That was the question.
Their government is independent of ours. A libertarian-minded administration would not put such a silly label on a government as being an ally or an adversary. That government
is
needs
our
to be,
government an ally of ours or an adversary?
Our government is an adversary.
Okay.
The Israeli government is neutral.
It's neutral, okay.
As long as the Israeli government doesn't try to tax my income, they can make their own decisions.
This is a weird position.
We're talking about the same Israeli government that propped up and funded Hamas so they could get support on the national stage to send our sons and daughters to war. That Israeli government, that's not my ally. I promise you.
Oh, he's doing it because he hates Jews.
I'm tired of us sending our sons
Shit.
and daughters to die all over the world in places that most of people could not point out.
Right position for the wrong reason.
This is a tripwire for war with Iran. Is that what we want? While we're pushing our fingers in the chest of Russia and China at the same time, we want to mess with Iran because of Israel, this same country that has propped up the terrorist group that everybody's mad about today. Absolutely no ally of ours. Sick of it. No more.
Michael.
Yeah, I mean, when this term ally is used with reference to certain nations, in this case Israel, it's always used really by those who have particular objectives, and those are neocon objectives.
He's getting riled up about something he was right about.
Extorted billions
Then it hit
of dollars
me.
from American taxpayers to support its military exploits. It has killed thousands and thousands of people using our dime, using our money, using our arms. That is an outrage. It's a double violation of the non-aggression principle. We're being extorted to pay for it, and it's being used to murder people. That has got to stop.
Slightly agree. I took a survey earlier today from YouTube.
Furthermore, the
Did a slightly and strongly agree.
in the United States to control various members of our Congress and Senate. That is something that also has to stop. AIPAC should be declared a foreign agent.
It's a pretty good rule of thumb, Mox.
We need to have allies around the world, but that
I'm going to refill my drink. I'll be right back.
military exploit. We must have allies in free trade, cooperation, and peace. Thank you.
So you asked the question if the government of Israel is a friend to the American people. I posit to you that the government of Israel is not a friend to the Israeli people. Many people within Israel are crying out for peace. They're crying out for a ceasefire, and they know their government is a right-wing war machine. And I oppose it 100%. But are they an ally to the American people? No one who asks that our government sell them arms to go kill people overseas is an ally to us, because it exports our principles with bombs and bullets, and that creates blowback. And we know what that blowback creates. And so no, any government that takes takes our money to kill other people overseas is not an ally to the American people because it's exporting our values with violence. And I oppose the war machine 100%. I am anti-war to the core. And if you want a candidate that will fight the war machine, I'm your man.
So I don't believe in war. I never have. I've given my entire adult life to helping people. The idea of sending monies off to foreign countries, whether it's Israel, Ukraine, whether it's down to Korea, whether it's somewhere in Africa, if we're talking about Guatemala, this is abhorrent. This is something that none of us in this room should espouse. I mean, we don't like this. Can they be an ally? They can be an ally if we're not daddy warbucks, if we're not sending munitions. If somebody can't be a friend to us because we can't send them munitions and monies, then they weren't a friend to begin with. Now, you also have to remember that this was not created by the United States, right? Post-World War I, all of this was chopped up in World War II by England, and then we suddenly recognized Israel, right? So these are problems that other countries have created, and now the United States people are funding it. And let's not forget, we're $35 trillion in debt. We cannot afford this across the world. We can't take care of our own people on any given day. Tuesday, when I go back to work, I'm going to have some old person that comes into my clinic that can't afford electricity, food, water, medicines, and that is just abhorrent. There's something wrong with this. Let's spin, spin, spin. Let's print money, print money.
The rent's too damn high.
The world loves us because we keep giving, giving, giving. It's time to stop this nonsense.
There was a good point mentioned earlier. If our federal government is not our ally, how can any other foreign country be our ally? I want to promote peace, and I want to stop funding war. Like these gentlemen said, we're $35 trillion in debt. We can't afford one more bomb to go overseas to be dropped on kids in faraway lands.
Just to be clear,
we have to end.
Most of our debt is to ourselves.
We have to stop the military-industrial complex. It is eating us alive.
It's just our money supply.
This lobby in Washington, it's got to go.
I oppose it even if we could afford it. Sorry.
I don't know about you, but I watch the news, and I watch the children dying across the country, or across the world, and it brings me to tears.
Now, I disagree with a lot of people. Like, I think we probably shouldn't have so much in the money. So we have expanded the money supply instead of just taxing Elon and Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg.
Okay, we'll do one more on foreign policy. This is on Ukraine. So just yesterday, the chief of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, advocated that NATO weapons should be used by Ukraine to strike Russian territory. So we could very soon be in a situation where our weapons are being used against Russian civilians in Russia.
You've got to do one or the other, you know.
How do you
keep the monopoly game going?
Let's start with Chase. And
like I said, I'm anti-war to the core. That includes everywhere where we export the war machine. That includes Eastern Europe as well as Israel. And the first thing we have to do is remove ourselves from intent.
I bet he raps.
Like NATO. That doesn't mean that we abandon everybody. We didn't have a NATO when we fought World War II. We didn't have to have one because when fascism comes to the door and the real war comes to your door, you fight it. But we don't have to say, hey, if a war comes to someone else's door, we need to immediately fight that war. We should not be bound by such a contract. And so, yes, I support removing ourselves from NATO, removing ourselves from the war machine altogether. And if we want to have a response to Ukraine, say anybody who doesn't want to be conscripted to fight on any side of the war should be allowed to come to the United States on an asylum claim because I oppose conscription. I oppose being forced to go fight in a war if you don't want to. And that should be the only action we take to facilitate peace and respect our international neighbors.
I mean, the reason we have NATO is to protect.
Let's go to Michael.
Like trade routes and shit.
Yeah, a little history
from
of
pirates.
The region and our involvement in it is due. First of all, the United States, with the CIA and Nuland, orchestrated a coup, the maiden coup,
to high enough for the shit.
Russian neutral president with a Russian hostile president, and then it kept exacerbating the tensions by threatening to include Ukraine in NATO. And this NATO has expanded since the end of the Cold War, which makes absolutely no sense. When the threat was diminished, it kept expanding eastward.
Well, I kind of just explained that.
It's a provocation. I'm not.
You can disagree with it.
Russia did, but the United States' involvement has exacerbated this to no end, and now we're on the precipice of
acknowledge
a
the reason.
war. That's an outrage. We must end all funding and all arms to Ukraine. We must not have American bombs used to kill Russians or anybody else. It is time to withdraw a foreign policy that is not based on foreign interventionism. It's time to advocate peace in our foreign policy. Thank you.
Broadly, I agree with that. You're going to pay more for products.
Let's go over here. Yep.
Myself or Lars?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go.
Sorry. I think we need to tell them, listen, if you guys are going to support invading Russia and using bombs to do so, we're out. Consider us out of NATO. I rarely agree with Mike twice in the same day, but I think he's correct in this regards. We made a promise back in the early 90s at the fall of USSR that we were not going to include Ukraine into the NATO, right? Now, consequent, Russia has invaded. Some of Ukraine are taking back some of the property. But at the same time, post the fall of the USSR, the whole idea of NATO growing doesn't make any sense. The whole fall of the USSR should have made this world safer. Yet somehow we continue to fight and fight and fight. So I think, like all things, businesses, etc., we're free market. There needs to be a start. There needs to be an end. The idea that we have gotten into this promise that we will continue to fund and fund and fund without a seemingly end goal just doesn't make any sense. So we need to do everything we possibly can to take this needle and turn it to peace. We shouldn't be giving bombs to other countries. If someone's going to start throwing bombs into a territory of another sovereign nature, we need to be out of it. Say, listen, this is going to start World War III, and we want no part of it. We love our children. We love our people. We can't afford it. It's not right. It's not morally correct.
Josh.
We've heard the correct answer to this for 25 years in Congress from a great man called Dr. Ron Paul.
Oh, God.
When he said, free trade for all, integrally...
Not high enough.
None. That's the absolute answer to this. We've got to pull out all funding from NATO. We've got to stop sending bombs and exporting death around the world. We've got to have a foreign policy that worries about Americans first. Period. Plain and simple. Thank you.
Lars.
Okay, thank you. Do you remember, some of you remember, when I was a kid, I had to do duck and cover drills. Because Russia was going to bomb us. And I had to hide under my desk when I was 6 or 7 years old. And I was terrified of Russian bombs killing all of America and the end of the world.
They long for the Cold War.
Into me. And I was
These baby boomers,
this
at
was going
least.
to happen all the way up to the day that the Berlin Wall fell.
Or late Gen Xers.
And why did the Berlin Wall fall? Did it fall because we had a tank? Did it fall because we had a gun pointed at them? No, it fell because of the free market. Because people want to be free. We cannot even police Detroit or San Francisco. How the hell are we supposed to be policing the rest of the world? Again, we're $35 trillion in debt. We cannot afford to be spreading military-industrial complex crap around the world. This has got to stop. This has got to stop. We can't afford it anymore. I'm always on the side of less death. We cannot get peace in the world. We cannot be the protectors and projectors of peace in the world if we're tied into every country on earth bombing the crap out of them. We spent 20 years replacing the Taliban with the Taliban. Our government sucks at foreign policy. We need to get the government out of foreign policy and start promoting peace around the world.
Mike, last answer.
I'm not Lars this time, am I? I get to play myself. Look, NATO has to go. That's the bottom line. NATO was a mediocre idea 50 years ago. It was a bad idea 25 years ago. And today it represents a death machine. The reason there is a war in Ukraine today, and I'm sorry to have to break the bad news to anyone whose feelings are going to get hurt. The reason there is a war in Ukraine today is because of NATO. That's the truth of the matter.
I believe he's saying the reason Ukraine hasn't fallen to Russia.
Absolutely, the United States needs to stop funding NATO, but we need to stop being a member of NATO.
And he might be right about that.
France decides that they need to stand up to the Russian army in some weird way, notwithstanding what we've all learned about the Russian army over the last couple of years, then they can knock themselves out. They can start spending the money that they believe that they need to fund themselves. But count us out.
Go fund yourself.
The reason NATO is such an important question is because this election is not going to be about small ideas. It's not going to be about reform. It's going to be about big ideas. It's going to be about changing the way that our government works, the way that we present ourselves to the world. We need to present to the world a foreign policy that reflects our values, not the values of a war machine. And our values are those of peace and prosperity. Let there be absolutely no mistake. There is no such thing as prosperity in any other fashion than through peace. You have been told by neocons, for 50 years that it's all about prosperity because of pushing the idea of war. The idea that we would become more wealthy if we were militarily stronger. And this has been encapsulated by that stupid phrase, peace through strength. And the truth of the matter is that that's just not how it works. Whether your values and ethics align with mine or not, I'm here to break the news to you. Strength comes from peace, not the other way around.
Okay, we're going to transition to a COVID question.
Oh, God.
Everyone on this stage obviously is against lockdowns, is against vaccine mandates. So, what, sorry? A COVID question. Oh, okay. So, to make it more interesting, I'm going to phrase it, were the vaccines safe and effective? Would you abolish the FDA, NIH, and CDC? Let's go to Michael first.
Yes, as we were told, the vaccines were supposedly safe and effective, safe and effective. They repeated this all over the news. This was total propaganda. The whole COVID regime was a propaganda war against the American people. During this crisis and before it, I saw through the propaganda myself. I spoke around the country.
Is this the free market?
Detailing and arguing against the COVID totalitarianism under which we suffered. And this was a time of unprecedented propaganda, lies, and chicanery. There was nothing safe about it. There was nothing effective about it. And it was a total disaster. Trump, for rolling it out, is utterly should be condemned and earn our complete enmity. So, no, the COVID vaccines were not safe and effective. They were an utter disaster. And
yeah, we didn't originally know that they would wane so quickly.
I spoke and wrote about it all over the place. You can read it on the Mises Institute site. You can read it on my website. I've been in front of this from the very beginning. If the candidate did not see through the COVID propaganda, or if they enforced COVID mandates, then they do not deserve to be the leader of the Libertarian Party.
Just forceful with that.
Thank you.
It makes a lot of sense, Flash. I don't know shit about medical stuff.
And
that's true. He did vote for Trump.
So, Michael, I'm assuming you would also abolish FDA, CDC, NIH.
FDA. All of them.
Okay.
All together. The entire regulatory regime must go.
You get worked up, Freedom.
Okay, we'll go to Chase.
So we already had the alphabet agency question. Of course, we want to eliminate these agencies that create horrible, horrible violence and basically export government medicine. And let me tell you right now, I don't trust government medicine. I don't trust the FDA to test safety and efficacy of drugs. I think the private market could actually do that a lot better.
I don't trust the private market.
Putting in their body, not through government propaganda, but through transparency and actual science, and not government science. I would absolutely get rid of the the NIH, the FDA, the CDC. These are agencies we do not need in our government controlling our lives. We can have independent individuals deciding what they want to do with their body, what medicine they want to take, what doctor they want to visit, and how they run their lives. What we don't need is a government that is so over-intrusive that they tell you you must take a drug to be essential in your life. That is bullshit. I'm a grandson of a trucker, and let me tell you right now, there were truckers all over the country that were hailed as heroes until the vaccine came out, and they said, I don't want to take a vaccine, and all of a sudden they became the villain. They brought
very few truckers.
They brought the toilet paper you were missing to your
Didn't
Walmart.
take a
They
vaccine.
really are the heroes, but they were demonized by a government. So no, I will not support the COVID regime. No, I will not support government telling you what to do with your life. The last person you need telling you what to do with your health care is a government agent or a government doctor. Pick your own health care, choose what you want to do with your own bodily autonomy, do whatever the hell you want, and safe and effective. I think everybody, even if you got the vaccine, got freaking COVID, so how effective is that?
I bounce back really quickly.
Okay, Charles.
Sure. So my take, I've always said it's your body and it's your choice, and I say that every single day of my life. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Play it back, please, please. Now, my take on things are a little bit different, perhaps, than many people in this room, but not all people in this room, because I just met a gentleman who was an ER doc who probably had similar circumstances. So I come from South Louisiana. The largest portion of my population that I treat are persons of color. And
Louisiana is a horrible state.
Amongst persons based upon race, right? So I saw many of friends and many of persons that I would consider people that I
You've got black friends
that died as a consequence of this, right? So yeah, I did. I got on stage, and because I've been fighting my whole damn life to try to do well. And guess what? You know what? When I was either too dumb or too stupid. When this came in, I was the guy that was putting airways in people because I chose to be someone to take care of people. And
good on him.
Stand by that. I don't think the government had any right to come in and tell you to give you a vaccine. Not no, but hell no. I'll say it on TV. Hell no. The government shouldn't do it. In our state, guess what happened? They almost destroyed our culture. We locked people down.
Wait a minute.
Mardi Gras. We couldn't have Jazz Fest.
What?
We couldn't have all the things that makes New Orleans a social society. We didn't see our friends. We would go home at the end of the day, take our damn clothes off and throw them in the washing machine, go take a shower, and then sit down and watch a Zoom call or write a book or do something. And that's something that's wrong. So if you say that I think that somehow we all need to get a jab, the answer is hell no.
Wait.
Sit up here and argue the efficacy of a vaccine is asinine because not many people on the stage are actually scientists. Yeah, well, don't believe me then. But the bottom line is, I, as a physician, tried to take care of people, and I will go back to my home this coming week, and I will do it.
This
and when
man
they
was
ask,
sent here by Pfizer.
Well, so
guaranteed.
okay, yeah.
Whoa!
Guaranteed he was sent here by Pfizer.
I'm sorry if you're on Twitch and you're not subbed. You're gonna have to have an ad.
It's your body.
This is just getting good too. I'm sorry.
Day of my life when I'm taking care of patients, and I believe in taking care of the American people. I've done it for years and years and years, and I have thousands upon thousands upon thousands of patients that will attest to that.
Okay, but so
I think he says the
as a doctor, in your
vaccine
view,
is
was it
effective.
safe and effective.
We saw, so when the first wave of COVID came down, it actually helped cut down hospitalizations. After that, it became ineffective once the virus rolled through society. Right? I'm dealing with data. Look, I'm not advocating you go take a vaccine. That is entirely not the case.
Okay, thank you. Let's go.
But you know how vaccines work. They should take a vaccine.
Does safe mean heart problems for toddlers? Does efficient mean after your fourth booster you can still contract the virus?
What?
Listen, I don't know.
Heart problems in toddlers.
Abolished, okay? I want these people that ran this scam on us for 4 years, the greatest tyranny of our lifetimes, in jail.
We got wild.
Fauci, the heads of Pfizer and Moderna, Trump, Biden, everyone. Jail.
Libertarians like lock people up.
Come on, man.
Never again. We will never give up our rights again. Not once. Thank you.
Good work.
Good, Mike.
It's 2024. How many years does it take to learn these lessons? And where were you in 2019 and 2020? I have to admit, I'm a little bit offended by someone who says you were taking care of the American people. I'm sorry. I was out there in 2020 actually taking care of American people. I was the one out there battling against Broward County, battling against Palm Beach County, battling against the city that I was employed by, effectively nullifying what it was that the governor wanted us to do. I'm the one that stood up against economic shutdowns. I'm the one that stood up against social shutdowns. I'm the one that was running a congressional campaign. You all know that stupid photograph
Batman.
on the website of me standing there in that ugly ass yellow shirt. The reason it's there is because I'm standing on top of concrete.
I don't know you, sir.
Marches, leading chants, leading protests against the shutdowns, against the mandates, against the stupid masking rules.
I think this is Mike Matt.
I've got a problem saying that you are helping the American people. I was out there doing
She
the
holds
hard
up that
work,
sign.
Some of these other guys were too. Bless your damn hearts. We need to learn the lessons right away and be able to apply those to the future.
He likes hugging this guy.
That you can't.
He really likes getting physical with him.
That those vaccines.
He's been very handsy.
I'm sorry, you either can't read data or you can't read the room. The truth of the matter is. The truth of the matter is that for huge portions of our population, the side effects killed more people than the vaccine saved. That is the unfortunate truth. Nobody wants to say that out loud, but at some point you have to.
It's not true at all.
The truth is that what the government did to us, they operated in the shadows because they knew they were not operating in your interest. This is a lesson that we need to apply going forward and for the rest of our lives.
Okay, we'll go to Lars unless Charles, if you want to respond, because he mentioned you.
Sure. I mean, I've said it all along, and I say it again, and I'll say it next week and the following week and for the rest of my life. It's your body and it's your choice. As a physician, it's your overall ability to influence patients' decisions is very, very huge. The idea of telling someone exactly what it is you have to do is not my place. Nor definitely is not the government. I think it was complete overreach. I mean, we can't even stop daylight savings time, yet somehow we're going to stop government policies that really affect people's lives. Do I think taking kids out of school, etc., were good? Absolutely not. You're going to see harm for years and years and years. These policies were made. I go back to this. I'm a states guy. These policies were made by in this town, right? So you say, hey, look, we're going to put all these kids at home and they can't go off to school, and now they have to wear a mask, and all these kids now aren't socialized. Most family can't go out there and buy themselves a laptop or a tablet or have their child with a desk or have 3 square meals. And so the people in Washington say, you got to stay home. So what do these kids do? They go home. They don't get educated. They're not socialized, and they've lost years and years and years of their life. And there's something that's bad about that. We're not just talking about adults getting a jab. We're talking about a damn society that's been ruined to some effect for a few years, consequent to government decisions that are made here in Washington.
It's Michael Rechtenwald is right about this. It's not enough to recognize in 2024. You have to have been there in 2020. You have to have been on the ground in 2020 talking about the fact that the government doesn't have the right to impose these policies. It doesn't matter whether they're right or wrong. 4 years ago, they never had the right to impose them on us in the first place.
All right. I watch a lot of business.
Yeah, worked up.
I get most of my news through business. I don't watch TV at all. But I was listening about how China had a new virus going around and that they were locking their citizens in their homes and welding the doors shut. And I remember thinking to myself, thank God I live in America where that would never happen. A month later, I live in California. Gavin Newsom is...
I doubt it happened in China.
Putting barbed wire across the freaking beaches. He's locking people up.
That never happened here.
Newsom for jail, too.
Newsom for jail. 100%. What I saw Donald Trump completely out of his league, and he completely embraced the swamp creature, Fauci. He listened to all the health agencies, and he didn't have a mind of his own. And he turned COVID into a political football, and he was having daily talk shows while Cuomo was on the other side telling you the Democrat side, and they were battling back and forth instead of letting people make informed decisions for themselves. And then they rolled out Operation Warp Speed. They gave a free pass to all the pharmaceutical companies and gave them qualified immunity. We need to end qualified immunity not only for police, but for the freaking pharmaceutical companies. If you do harm to people, you should pay the price. For me, it should have been information. The government should have given you all the information to make your own informed choice so that you could do what you needed to do for your family, not force you to do with government authoritarianism. And that is what my campaign is all about, is allowing you, the individual, to have your own choice and not let the government tell you how to live your life, what to put in your body, what you can smoke, what you can do in your own home.
I'll smoke to that.
No business in any of that.
Okay. We're going to go to Q&A. This is the last question. Make it quick. We started with your least favorite founding father. Now let's talk about your favorite founding father. Let's start with Mike and come down.
Wow. I have to admit, I have a fondness in my heart for any guy who walks away from the idea if he could have had more power. And that's why I revere the idea. No, not Paul Revere. I revere the idea of George Washington having walked away when he could have had a third term, he could have had a fourth term. What a lot of people don't remember about those times that I do is that George Washington was so much the obvious choice they
almost. You're 250 years old.
That's a weird thing. He was so obvious a choice, he didn't need to run for re-election. He could still be president today. And he walked away.
He'd be 250 years old.
That's what we need. We need a libertarian-minded administration who will leave you the hell alone.
I'm quite fond of a few of the founding fathers, but I'd have to say Patrick Henry, give me liberty or give me death.
He was a Federalist.
I'm sick of living in America that's less free by the day, and we need to remember that quote by our great founding fathers and start to relinquish some of the power.
Erection Nixon's head.
He wasn't exactly a founding father, but he was a major figure in the American Revolution. That's Thomas Paine. Incidentally, I share a birthday with Thomas Paine. Also, incidentally, I grew up in the same town as Ron Paul, Pittsburgh. So let's make it clear.
Why are you proud of that?
But I would say as my favorite founding father is Thomas Jefferson. He was the most radical among them, and I think he was writing and
I would have voted for Obama for a third term.
Thank you very much.
So I do want to start and say Patrick Henry was a Federalist, my anti-Federalist friend, so maybe don't be such a big fan of his. But my choice is Thomas Jefferson. I agree. Thomas Jefferson was a radical individualist. He wanted to devolve government away from central governance, and he was a great founding father. But I think we need to remember this. The dude is not worshipable. None of the founding fathers are perfect. The guy owned slaves, so how really was into freedom was he? We need to have respect for the ideals that these founding fathers gave us, but actually perfect that by fighting for real freedom and not 17th century freedom or holding that up to some sort of ideal that that's the prime thing we need to do. We need to move forward into the next generation of liberty, and that's what I'm fighting for, is that we can be freer tomorrow than we were today. And that's a mission we can fight for together.
Not to agree with everyone, but I would agree with Thomas Jefferson. This gentleman knew to protect against future tyranny. A genius. He believed in states' rights. He knew this is why we have the 10th in the Bill of Rights. He realized that our federal government could grow too large and omnipotent. And he had the foresight to look all the way out to 2024 to say, wait a minute, this is just too big. And it's fascinating to think how genius these individuals were to protect from tyranny. I believe in a smaller government. I believe that things government-wise could be more manageable if they're brought into a smaller level. I've had the good fortune of traveling quite a bit, and it really is nice when you realize that you can go from a country to a country or a state to a state and meet different people that have different values, and you may not necessarily agree or align with these values, but persons should be able to live as they see fit. This is the whole premise behind libertarianism. It's personal autonomy and the ability of us to make our own bad decisions. And if a state wants to do so, they have the right to do so. So I would agree with him because I am a states' right guy through and through.
Lars.
How many of you have seen some of my memes on the internet?
Oh my God.
Yeah, a lot of people. One of my best memes that I ever put, and it's not really a meme, it was a quote. And it was a quote by Thomas Paine, and it got something like 6 million views on Facebook. I love Thomas Paine quotes. I couldn't find the one that got me 6 million views, but this one popped up, and I thought I would.
Oh my God. Couldn't even remember the quote.
A true patriot.
It was so good.
Protect his country from his government.
Okay, great.
Portland, what's up?
Audience Q&A. This gentleman here has been standing for a very long time by the number 3. What is your question?
Where's number 3?
I don't know. Oh, we got to turn the mic on.
All business.
Sorry?
It's all business.
Oh, okay. Who's here for the Q&A? Is there no Q&A? Oh, maybe there's. Okay, here we have one.
Give us a Q&A.
Hi there, James Repass, delegate for Virginia. My question for all of you is: everybody evolves over the course of their campaigns. What have you?
I voted Libertarian in 2012.
Of your campaign, if anything at all. Thank you.
Want to start with Lars?
Okay, yeah. So when I first started running, I knew that the system was sort of rigged, but I thought it was mostly our election system was rigged.
I like this guy, whoever he is.
On unrig the election system because that's not super sexy to regular Americans. But as I was talking policy with my team, with Larry Sharp, with Michael White, with TJ Ferreira, with Tyler Harris, I was talking with my team, with Dan Johnson, and we were talking through all these policies, and every time we talked about a policy, we said the system is rigged. And I realized that everybody in America has been affected by government in a negative way, and that we have to unrig the system. We have to unrig the criminal justice system. We have to unrig our education system. We have to unrig the healthcare system. We have to unrig our freaking economy. Yeah! And we have to unrig the goddamn voting system.
What? Unrig the voting system?
Changed over the course of your campaign. Biggest change.
Absolutely. I don't think my political values have. I mean, I got into this race late compared to some. I got into this just because I was viscerally upset of watching the news cycles. I said, you know what, a person can make a change. And so I threw myself into this race. I have a great team. My wife is fantastic, second to none, in my opinion.
Yeah, clap for that.
But I think what I've come to realize is most of these processes are entirely unfair. I mean, you know, I thought that prior going into this, but now I've really kind of, I understand it wholeheartedly that, you know, all of us unknowns out there are truly not, you know, not worthy of large press and media, et cetera. And there's something wrong with this. I mean, the whole idea of the First Amendment, you know, you would think the news media would be to protect America, to actually make this place better, to try to bring up issues that we all need to talk about without creating so much rhetoric. They have the power to change.
You're a libertarian.
The ideas of the
they exist to make money.
Is asinine. We basically look at two parties, a uniparty now, right? The ideas are we pit one side against the other, but ultimately policy doesn't change. So I think I've changed drastically in this race and thinking and realizing how unfair the whole system is.
So I started running for president right after I ran for U.S. Senate in the state of Georgia and forced the runoff with Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker. That race taught me a lot of lessons. First off, it taught me how to be a campaign that can fight with limited funds and with an outfunded opponent. With $20,000, I fought against a $250 million machine. And
Why are you not running for state senate?
Cents per vote. So that's one of the values that I took into this campaign. But I took
the state house
limited resources to punch above our weight in a presidential campaign. Well, I'm so happy that I have a professionalized comms and media and messaging.
Build from the ground up.
Out through utilizing 21st century technology that allows us to target our direct voters and bring them out for a fraction of the cost, using geofencing and other technology to be able to direct target ad. We did this in the state of Virginia. We did this after their convention, and I had, within a day, 3 different delegates asking me how the hell did a Chase Oliver for President ad come on their Hulu when they were watching TV that night. And we did it with a fraction of the cost, with a few $100s. So we learned as a campaign how to utilize limited resources and push it out there. And with, and it's not that we have limited resources. We've raised more money than anybody from donors just like yourselves. But we've used every single dollar to the wisest way possible. And as a candidate, that has professionalized my messaging because I have an amazing team behind me that's helping it. When I ran for Senate, it was pretty much a one-guy job with a very limited core group of supporters, and I knocked on 3,000 doors myself. But with the 500 volunteers we already have and growing, we're going to be able to knock on millions of doors as a campaign when we win this nomination and professionalize our messaging. And I look forward to doing this so we can win the next generation for this party, because most of us became libertarians between the age of 18 and 29, and we've identified that as the population that our campaign is going to target, winning the next generation for liberty, just like all of you got into this party when you were between the ages of 18.
We've already done Trump. He came on at 8 o'clock.
These kids out there, we're going to break them out of the spell of statism.
Sorry, Portland.
We're going to bring millions and millions of people
he got
and say, welcome home.
Half the crowd booing him.
Thank you. So we're running low on time, so let's do the second question to these 3 from you.
Yeah, absolutely. My name is Aaron Adams. I'm a delegate from Oklahoma and a longtime campaign worker. I've worked every Libertarian POTUS campaign since 2012 for our selected candidates. And
I heard a rubber chicken. I did not see one.
Because we're all libertarians, right? But what I want to ask you about, because I've worked under some really shoddy ass campaigns, is scale and scope. I want to know about your professional staff. I want to know about your professional strategy. I want to know how you're going to reach voters who have never heard the term libertarian. And please don't tell me bottom-up grassroots activism, because we've been spinning our wheels for 50 years on that. So please give me an answer that is valuable.
Okay, yeah, we'll start with Michael.
Thank you. So, I have the greatest name recognition beyond the Libertarian Party. I've had appearances on all the major media, and I have the longest documented record in truth-telling, and I am the only candidate with a strategy to bring liberty to the American people. That's decentralization and nullification. And we have a strategy for the campaign. We will work on recruitment. We have a college tour set up in which I will be speaking to college students across the country and talking to them about liberty and libertarianism and the ideas that motivate our party.
I think most of them would call you lame.
The biggest opportunity to bring more libertarians, more people into the Libertarian Party than all the other candidates. No question about it.
Curious, sir.
All of these formats, I have the most exposure to media, and I will have the boldest message, a message that will wake people up, not put them to sleep. It's time to wreck the regime.
Yeah, and you thought I yell.
Oh, is it my turn?
Yeah.
I'm just going to take this time to dote on my staff. I have one of the greatest staffs I've ever worked with on any campaign. Look, when we started this campaign, we didn't know which direction we were going to go. I didn't know if we were going to run it seriously. We did, because of my great staff. Because I have people that work with me every day. I said, what are you good at? They said what they're good at, and they went and did it. It was the most organic thing I've ever seen for a campaign, and it's worked out very well for us. We appreciate you guys. Thank you for all that you've done for us. I could just go on and on and on about them all day. I'm sure you will. But
Yes,
look, look, this is a media tour, okay? The presidential candidate needs to get out there and get on every single media channel they possibly can, whether it's small, big, mainstream, it doesn't matter. We already have the connections. We're already working on some of the biggest alternative media platforms in the country. Look, Tim Pool gets 2 times the daily viewers that CNN gets every day. Joe
Tim Pool.
7 times the viewership that CNN gets every day. We don't need the mainstream media anymore. It's done. It's over. You're dying. It's over. We're going to go around and we're going to get on all the alternative media platforms. We're going to tell the Americans there's a better choice. There's a better option. You don't have to pick.
I couldn't even get your live stream to work.
Have somebody who will start to make the middle class prosperous today. Thank you.
He's real handsy.
Josh got it all right, except I'm not actually going to prattle on for 15 minutes praising his staff.
Your staff.
Look, you all know that the big differentiating factor in this campaign is our strategy. The reason I got into this is because I knew that I could help push this process in the direction that I wanted it to go. I'm not going to talk to you about the fact that I'm the only guy up here with any professional experience in public service. I'm not going to talk to you about the fact that I'm the only guy up here with any experience in public policy at all. What I'm going to tell you is that each one of these guys, for reasons unique to each of them, is absolutely terrific. And when I go on the road representing you, the Libertarian Party, the weirdos out there who voted for me to be on this stage, and I thank you, I will hear people say, hey, I'm a Democratic politician. Aren't I just like you guys? I'm anti-war. I'll say no. I know peace activists. Peace activists are friends of mine, and you people are no Chase Oliver. And I'm going to meet a Republican out there who says, hey, I'm anti-woke. Aren't I just like a libertarian? And I'll say, no. I know a guy who has written some of the best prose in the American canon against wokeism. He is a friend of mine, and you, sir, are no Michael Rechtenwald. I will hear...
That's why Dave knew him.
Hey, I stand up for a new way to conduct our votes and to stand up for voter integrity. I'll say, no, you are not like a libertarian. I know a guy who has written all about the Voter Bill of Rights. He is a friend of mine, and you, sir, are no Lars Mapstead. I will meet a guy out there who says, hey, I want to reform our welfare system. Doesn't that make me just like a libertarian? And I'll say no. I know a guy who campaigns on ending our welfare system because it corrupts our culture and it breaks up our families. He is a friend of mine, and you
touching him again
are no Joshua Smith. And one more thing, I apologize for running on. The rumor is true that the Kennedy campaign has reached out to my campaign not once but twice, and we have told them to go away. And they keep coming back, and they say, oh, but he's so charming, he's so good looking. Don't you want to spend the rest of your life with him? I'm sorry. I married good looking, I married charming, and you, sir, are no Nancy Termott.
Mike Termott, okay.
Okay,
I called him Mike Mott earlier.
In the Scottish kilt here has a question that he says is very short.
In the Scottish
Aren't you the guy that chased that dude out of the hallway yesterday?
Well, I chased him down. I escorted him out of the hallway.
Ah.
Very important. Very important. All right, so this is a short question with a short answer, but I got a little bit of preface there. So let's say it's Wednesday in November, right? You just won the presidency, right? Whichever one of you is answering. Imagine yourself there. You wake up that morning, it's probably like, 10, maybe 11 a.m., if you're lucky. What do you order for breakfast? It's a very important question. You're laughing, but think about it. It's the most important meal of the day. So what do you order for breakfast?
Okay, let's keep that quick. Go down the line. What do you have for breakfast at 10 or 11 a.m.? Yeah, who wants to answer that one?
Yeah, if I'm having breakfast at 11 a.m., it better come with mimosas.
Okay, we'll move on. We'll do brief closing statements, and then we will.
No,
let's start
what
with Mark.
do they want for breakfast?
I want to ask you all a question.
Breakfast. Breakfast.
Are there any real libertarians in the House?
No.
I want to let you the opportunity right now to send a message over this television stations that are watching us.
I really wanted to know what they'd had for breakfast.
Reject Donald Trump and everything he stands for.
I'd order sausages and French toast.
Do we
maybe waffles?
Joe Biden and everything he stands for.
Everything?
Come on, man.
Do we reject Robert Kennedy Jr. and everything he stands for? You are all real libertarians.
Trump bigfooted their convention, pushed their debate to the morning.
We can break this cycle.
And I think is trying to be their candidate.
Donald Trump from taking office in November. I can do this. We have the Stop 270. We can deny them the election and send it to the House of Representatives, where the Congress will pick who will be the next president of the United States. And while we're doing this, we're going to get
Which states are you going to win?
The Libertarian Party like nothing has ever been seen before. It is working already. I have been in 18 national polls. Donald Trump is polling me in his internal polling because he is afraid of the Stop 270 plan. He is afraid of my campaign and the organization that I have put forth.
Yeah, they'd probably go in Trump's favor if they did that.
Duopoly this election.
Bisky.
Government has completely failed me at every turn. They failed my children with their public education system that is a complete failure, and we have to abolish the Department of Education. We have to.
I think Trump is trying to wipe the field.
This has created more drug users and addicts than ever before, leaving people on the street to die.
He doesn't want a libertarian candidate. He doesn't want RFK as a candidate.
IRS has audited me multiple times and almost made me a criminal for nothing. We have to end federal government overreach, and we have to get real change. And what we can
All of these guys are horrible for different reasons.
I have the money. I put $1 million of my own money into this campaign. I'm pledging $1 more million of my money into the general election. I'm starting out with a giant war chest. I have the team and the expertise and the plan to actually make this happen. If you don't want to get under 1%, vote for me, because all these gentlemen here are going to get less than 0.5% when the general election happens. We need a plan to actually make this happen. I have it. Vote for me tomorrow.
Okay. Let's go to Mike for the second one. Try to keep it short because we're running out of time.
Thanks very much. I appreciate it.
This guy's very handsy.
How much time I have. But what time I do have, I owe to you people. These minutes are yours, and I appreciate the vote that you took yesterday. I am not going to waste your time by telling you anything other than the absolute damn truth. And there's one thing that needs to be said that we haven't talked about today. And that starts with a story about a phone call that this guy made to me last week. And he said, this is a stupid way to choose who's going to be up on that debate stage. It's not about money. It's about who can cram the most money in the last 40 seconds, right? By the way, good on you.
Thank you.
Who can cram... I said, well, that won't be a problem. There's nobody better than me at cramming money on line into the last 40 seconds. I happen to be, that's in my wheelhouse, so I don't know who that sorry son of a bitch is going to be in 6
Well, I say wheelhouse.
You're right.
You can say bailiwick.
Stage because he's that libertarian. And he called Lars's team, and Lars said, hell yes, we're voting whoever that sorry son of a bitch is in 6th place onto the debate stage, because he is that libertarian. And I spoke to Michael Rechtenwald, and I pitched the same idea.
Why is he going to go through all the candidates every time?
Yes, because Michael is that libertarian. And Josh called Steve Dasbach, who was immediately on board with the
Too similar to your other bit, dude.
You agree because you're that libertarian. And the reason I'm up here, and the reason we're going to take this campaign a lot further than 2 congressional districts or 0.5%, by the way,
50 states, buddy,
is because you people are that libertarian.
Question.
He took a DNA test.
Sure.
Turns out he's that libertarian.
A lot of people say, why the hell are you here? That's right, boo.
Yeah, Lars is the one on the end.
But what you don't realize is I truly am a middle-class guy, and I've worked for every last thing in my life. My family taught me that education and hard work would actually get me to places, and I've never given up in my entire life. In my entire life, people have said you can't do it, and you can't do it, and you can't do it, and damned if I haven't proved them wrong pretty much every time, right? I like these guys on stage. You guys have a very, very difficult choice. We've grown up. I mean, across this country over the past few months, a lot of people's ideas have changed. You know, I believe I got into this party because I believe in it. Like, I like Jacob. Where the hell's Art Olivier? Where the hell's Toad? The more voices you guys get, the
Art and Toad.
I mean, I got into this party because I wanted to make a difference in this world, and I'm tired of being thrust down of having a 2-party system, and there's just something wrong. I'd say God bless everybody running, at least listen to them. You may not agree with them, but this electoral process needs to change. Right now, if you go out to the polls, very few people show up to vote. What the hell is wrong with this country? We promote liberty across the whole world. Hey, everybody needs to be like us.
They don't have a plan.
Polls to vote for who it is that they get the opportunity to do so. So I got into this race for the right reasons, and I'll stand by that. I want to change this world. I want to change this country for the better. I want the American dream to be reasonable again so that you can achieve it. Right now, the CDP, you're getting at 8% over the past 2 years. You can't afford anything right now. I mean, where is this world going right now? Where is our country headed? In a few years, we're going to be like Venezuela.
Oh, my God.
So I would say that this Libertarian Party has a monumental opportunity this fall. The public is willing to listen, and we cannot let another third party like our
Nobody is watching you.
out of our sales. So everybody needs to be challenged.
I mean, I am.
When you go home, call friends, call colleagues, look at the websites, look at whoever's nominated, and make that person make a difference this fall.
30 you fuckers.
Mr. Belay, hopefully we're more like Argentina than Venezuela. Let's go.
There's your Belay reference.
Abuela. Look, the one question I've got to ask.
Abuela.
There we go. There we go. Stop it. The one question I've got to ask.
So handsy.
Is why? Why are you doing that? You're a father of 7 children. You're a blue-collar, working-class, middle-class guy who gets up every morning and puts on work boots like everybody else in America. Why would you do that? And I always come back to the same thing. It's because I have a dream. I dream that my children will live in a country where they're free to buy a home without paying a lifetime penance to a government who didn't help them buy or maintain it. I dream my children will live in a country where they aren't extorted for their wealth by a huge counterfeiting machine to prop up a never-ending warfare state. I too have a dream that my children will live in a country with a federal government who doesn't pay states $1 for every 88 cents they spend to separate families, forcing children into single-parent homes. I dream that my children will live in a free country, a country free of mental health care system that pushes children towards trendy anti-science medications and mutilating surgeries.
Wow. We're for freedom except for medical freedom for trans people.
Grandchildren however they see fit without a federal government forcing them to standardize education. I dream of a world where my children won't be arrested and thrown into a violent rape cage for the crime of exercising their God-given rights to self-defense by unconstitutional alphabet agencies. Listen up, this one's very important. I dream that my kids can be free to start an e-commerce website without the fear of being handed 2 life sentences in a federal prison because they weren't paying their protection fee. Free Ross!
Oh, okay. I'm down with the free Ross.
Mostly I'm just dreaming that my kids can have more freedom than we all grew up with. I don't have the luxury of the black pill because that means giving up on my children, my grandchildren, and the future existence of our nation. Libertarians are the future which helps our children thrive and prosper. We can win, we are winning, we will win. Enough already, vote for vengeance.
Vote for vengeance, he said. What?
I'm going to keep myself to a tight 2 minutes because I know we got a lot of business to do, but I'm kind of
butthole.
It's ironic that we're here in Washington, D.C., the belly of the statist beast. But here's the truth. My political journey really got started in Washington, D.C. because that was the first place that I got tear gassed by my own government for opposing the war machine way back in the 2000s. And ever since then, I've been fighting against the war machine both at home and abroad. And years later, I got wandered into a tent at a festival and waved into the tent by a libertarian by the name of John Mons, who was running for governor in the state of Georgia. And he told me that this is the party for you, that a party that supports your right.
Sounds like a cult.
You see fit, without violence, so long as you're not committing violence against.
They're all horrible.
Very attracted to me, and it wandered me in the tent, and it made me find my political home. Ladies and gentlemen, there are millions of American voters right now who are dissatisfied with the broken two-party system, who see the Trump.
And just so you got the spoiler alert, none of them won.
The world and see
none of these are the presidential
expectations, and we need to provide them a better vision. Young people, particularly in this country,
candidate for the Libertarian Party,
be snapped out of the statist indoctrination with a real hardcore liberty message.
There is no presidential candidate for the Libertarian Party yet.
First libertarian candidate for president to ever campaign in all 50 states because we're a 50-state party, and every single state deserves to have libertarian messaging and a powerful libertarian.
I don't know if they had a vote. Nobody got over whatever threshold it was.
In the tent and say that if you're living your life in
but
peace,
Trump
fear or without violence,
came in,
fraud, coercion, or theft,
asked to be their nominee.
Your business is your business, and your property is your property. It's not mine, and it sure as hell is not the federal government's.
They are doing some kind of backroom deal. That's what's going on.
I urge
Trump is trying to clear the field.
Campaign to join the hundreds of volunteers as we travel again across all.
At least on the
spread a message loud and
nominally Republican side.
Freedom is on the rise, and we will wake this country up and free the world in our lifetime. Thank you very much for having us on this debate. I look forward to meeting all of you.
We got to vote for vice president.
To come up, I'll be out right outside that hallway ready to hear from you. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Rechtenwald will give us the final closing statement here.
I'm going to make this very brief. I'm calling on all those who demand dangerous liberty over safe tyranny to nominate and run with me. It's time to wreck the regime!
I can see why people are turned off by yelling. I do not mean to yell.
Okay, that is it. Thanks everyone for watching. We're going to move on to the procedures now. Thank you.
So there is no
Don't forget the phone.
presidential candidate. I guess that will happen tomorrow.
It's over now, buddy. Good job.
Angela McArdle won re-election as the party chair. It will be another year of Angela McArdle as the party chairwoman. There she is, walking across the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to stand at ease for at least 10 minutes.
Angela McArdle.
Bathroom break, so we can move things around on the stage.
I'm kind of smitten by her. So that was the Libertarian presidential debate. We'll get an update tomorrow. I'm going to try to tell you who the candidate is. I fucking hope. don't know if we did this little fucker before. I'm assuming you'll all find it cute. Even if you have seen it before, you wouldn't want to see it again. It is a rare Fauna Loca pup. See, a rare Fauna Loca pup. As soon as I can get a fucking browser to play the goddamn video. Alright, here we go. The Funkaloa pup. The Nashville Zoo. This has been a wild night tonight. We're gonna keep this shit going. We're gonna have a normal troll patrol tomorrow night. Same troll time, 8 p.m. Eastern. We're gonna find out what that news be doing. We're gonna catch up on a lot of shit. Monday night, we're going to do birthday stream. We're going to do like an hour of news. Then we're going to watch some classic TV. I don't think producer Dave is on just yet, is he? Maybe he is. Hold on. Let me find out who's on here. So we'll ready producer Dave. Look at this little baby. It's absolutely adorable. I don't know what a full-grown one looks like, though. If you're watching on Twitch, you're heading over to Producer Dave and Echoplex Media. What is tonight? Saturday night. It's Operation Catterday. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's alright to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'll see you tomorrow night on the Troll Patrol. Live.